morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series. It is day 2 of Champions Week, and as you can see, we've got 15 fantastic games to get you through your morning here. And Matthew Edgar, prime time, is alongside us on the balcony. He'll be down in the commentary a little bit later on. But before we look ahead to today, what a first day we had at Champions Week.
It's what we expect, really, isn't it, when we've got all these champions coming together, and this Group A is going to take some deciphering, and I don't think we're going to be any closer to actually getting a result come the end of today. We have got 15 games that can go either way. It's what you expect when you put 6 champions together, and there's lots of little bits of battles appearing, little bits of questioning that's going to come up, but I certainly expect by the end of today it's probably going to be even harder to pick than it is now, because I think results that went yesterday will probably flip round and we're probably going to have a very, very level leaderboard.
Confused? Yeah, I am. Let's have a look at yesterday's highlights then, day 1 of Champions Week. Justin Smith just never quite got going for him yesterday, did it?
No, he's struggling with his grip. You can see here now actually wiping his hands, and he's fixed the equipment today. He's been going around this morning getting that one sorted, so expect a better day today from Justin Smith.
And then Jim McEwen, we saw moments towards the end of yesterday, but he would have been happy with the start.
It was his doubles for Jim McEwen. He came into here void of confidence, despite the fact he's actually been playing quite well on the Challenge Tour. It was that seniors tour that just seems to have knocked his confidence a bit, and it came through on the finishing.
Most certainly did, but for John Henderson as well on 4 points, and similar to McEwen, there was moments, but maybe piecing it all together.
I don't know how many more days of darts John Henderson can hack and still keep at this level. Surely he's getting tired by now.
You would have thought, well, Raymond Smith made the trip all the way over from Australia, and if you look at the numbers, was one of the standout performers.
Missed the consistency of this group, I would say, but also has that ability to hit big averages. I see 111 average last year.
Johnny Haynes just does what Johnny Haynes does, right?
He just doesn't care, does he? So laid back, so chilled. But Colin Osborne, the finishing yesterday, incredible. Best finishing stats I've seen here at any one of this phase so far.
Indeed. Well, Colin Osborne yesterday actually had a daily average of just under 92. That was the level he played at, and he has set the stall out for Champions Week.
That's why he's top of the table at the moment, isn't he? And Jim McEwen said in his interview yesterday, it's all about getting through to Saturday. It doesn't matter how you get there, which group you get through. I don't think Colin Osborne believes that. I don't think Colin Osborne wants to win this Group A. He wants to get himself guaranteed in that Saturday night where the big money is on the line. £20,000 up for grabs in that one. He's top of the table, but only by a couple of points at the moment.
Indeed. Well, this is the table on your screen now. As you can see, Colin Osborne with a 2-point lead from Messrs. Haynes and Raymond Smith, because there is 2 Smiths in this group. Henderson, McEwen on 4. Justin Smith will need a big moving day today. Well, let's see what the bookmakers think then of proceedings here at Champions Week, because there has been a sizable move in the market in terms of winning Group A. Raymond Smith started off quite a comfortable bookmaker's favourite, really, but Colin Osborne has come in at 7-4.
Well, actually, when we look at those odds, Raymond Smith actually started, I think it was 3-1 to win this. He's actually come in despite the fact he only got the 6 points yesterday. So they're not losing faith at all with Raymond Smith. Colin Osborne, rightly so, like I say, best average. He moved top of the table, so he's gone favourite in the leaderboard because he's got the points on the board already. Raymond Smith and John Henderson are 2 people I think we'll use today to make a bit of a move, and I wouldn't be surprised if all 3 of them are level at the end. Just
very quickly, because we are about to get the action underway, just quick prediction for the day.
Raymond Smith and Henderson to either catch up or overtake Osborne.
Well, that is the thoughts of primetime Matthew Edgar. He's going to make his way down to the commentary box to join Paul Nicholson for all the day's action. We have 15 live matches for you here on Sporty Stuff TV between now and, let's say, around about 2 o'clock. So whatever your plans are for the morning, why didn't you get yourself a brew, come and have a sandwich, come and enjoy your day with us. And we've got 15 quality games. It begins with Johnny Haynes against Jim McEwen. Paul, it's all yours.
Thanks, Henry. Good morning to everybody tuning in this morning for more MODUS Super Series darts. It is Champions Week, of course, and we've got every right to be excited today. Johnny Haynes is back at the hockey for another crack for Tuesday, trying to embellish on what he did for Monday, which was a very impressive 6 points. Jim McEwen, though, he's got a bit more to do. And I'm not talking about his shoe action today, which is rivaling the referee. Incredible stuff from Chucky, who didn't start particularly well yesterday, losing his first 2 matches by 4 legs to 0.
Okay, first leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
But it is fair to say that Haynes got off to a really tidy start at this time yesterday because he had the long shift. He was in match 1 and match 15 and 3 in between. He will have the same shift today,
81.
but against different players around the course of Tuesday. There he is using red flights. Very light dart, and don't be surprised to see him do plenty of that today. I'm joined by Matthew Edgar for Tuesday. Matt, you looking forward to today?
Well, when the first 6 darts include a 180, you have to look forward to what's coming ahead.
81.
I think we're going to get some good moves, some big darts. I expect as well, there's another prediction for you. We're going to see 100 average today.
140.
If you'd have said right there that you were predicting a 9-darter, and it had happened in the first leg of the day, everybody would call you a genius for the rest of your life.
100.
I'm happy with just for the rest of the year, which is sort of... I mean, the rest of the day is the first target, isn't it, really? Or the rest of the hour.
This is a hot start from Johnny.
100.
Obviously not bothered about the early start, which some players have said in the past doesn't suit them. I had a bit of that last week from some quarters, but McEwen already knows that he's going to be in a battle here to get 2 points to add to his 4 from yesterday. Johnny Haynes looking to get to 8 before Colin Osborne even throws a dart. Double top for the first leg.
41. Jimmy
like that
require
play there.
145.
Using the bullseye first eliminates the opportunity of having to use it for the match or the leg. Just drops a little bit low there, closes his eyes.
85.
Open when he opens them, it's a different outcome. But
Johnny
no, it's the
require
same, Jim.
40.
Still treble 2. It's tops.
Game shot on the
For an
first
opening leg
Johnny
in
Haynes.
13 darts.
He did that yesterday. He opened the day with a 13-darter. Is this deja vu?
Second leg is Johnny to throw
Remember
first.
yesterday when you asked me
Game
about
on.
Johnny Haynes, and I says, he's probably the most relaxed, laid-back person you could ever meet. Probably doesn't even realise what day it is. I also don't
100.
realise what time it is, because dart players shouldn't be able to do this at 9:30 in the morning.
I think because of this project and this tournament structure, these players are getting more used to it by the week. Now that is the 11th 180 of the week so far for Jim McEwen. He's got more 180s than anybody by quite some distance. Johnny Haynes has already had his
45.
5th. He got 4 yesterday, which was joint bottom of the 180 charts with Justin Smith and Raymond Smith. But if there was one area that worked for Jim yesterday, it was the maximums.
100.
I found yesterday when you analyse the day in total, Jim McEwen was very good when he could just stay on that 20s. And he was just going into that target and he got that fluency going.
68.
It's when he relied on the board mastery, the moving around the board, finding up different targets, the setup shots, and then ultimately the end result of the doubles.
Yeah, you made a really good point on the balcony with Henry about the finishing of Jim McEwen.
140.
It's not another maximum, but just to prove the point that Matt made, 21% for the day in 5 matches.
81.
Now, don't often say this,
Jimmy require
but I have to at
81.
this juncture. That isn't good enough. Not in Champions Week, especially when you've got somebody in this field going at 46%.
Both players trying to break the throw here have left
69.
81 after 9 darts. That is a very strong scoring phase of this match. And you can kind of excuse being broken when someone does that to you as well. 81 after
Jimmy
9.
require
Yeah,
12.
it doesn't hurt as much when you're broken with brilliance. If you're broken in about 23 darts, that feels a bit odd. Double 6. Well, he doesn't like the lie. It's the second flight that's in the way. And ultimately,
No score.
it skews to his right
require
instead of cushioning to the
107.
left. And Haynes could pinch it here.
And again, it's that double six. I've never recall double six being used so much in a phase before.
40.
We're only 16 matches
Jimmy
into
required 12.
a week of 104.
Game
This time he
on
gets
the
it right.
second leg.
You do
Jim
see that a
McEwen.
lot, actually, when someone's had 3 darts at double six and missed all 3. That they tend to really go for the next one and,
Jim
and it really hits
first.
high.
Game on.
1 all, 1 break all. Again, it's very similar to yesterday where we started with, I think it was 3 breaks of throw. That was a match that Johnny won against Raymond Smith by 4 legs to 3. And it did set the stall out
70.
for what was a high-quality day. The lowest running average yesterday for any player was Justin Smith at 86.12. That tells you a story.
95.
There's something, I notice everything when someone's playing, whether it's the darts, the flights, the shirts. Notice something here with Jim McEwen that's extremely different. He's got a pair of Kevin
60.
Painters on, a pair of Owen Binks's.
What I will say, Owen, yours look shinier. It's probably because they're newer. But are these guys trying to set a new
45.
trend? Look at those bad boys. You know that's going to make Owen feel better, right? It's going to make him feel, well, I'm as fashionable as Jim McEwen is.
140.
Safe to say that the shoes in the commentary box are not that shiny.
Because I think Jim's normally one of these like comfortable trainery wearing
55.
types. And maybe because it's Champions Week, he's brought out the champion attire.
As long as it works. And I admire people who make changes for good reasons.
140.
Yesterday he changed his flights to a different colour, and I think it's a different thickness as well. It may not have worked on Monday,
41.
but
Jimmy
you don't
required
promote someone
91.
from Group A to Saturday night on Monday, you do it on Wednesday. Double top. I'll spend a lot of time here today. And there was
71.
way too much of that yesterday, and it just doesn't seem that he's getting the hang of the outer ring just yet.
Johnny Haynes
59.
not using his
Jimmy required
mathematics
20.
there. Always darting skills to get himself down to a finish. McEwen,
Game
2
shot on the
tens.
third leg.
2
Jim
legs.
McEwen.
And you mentioned about players who, like I say, you can't get through on Monday. You need to
Fourth
get
leg,
it
it's Johnny
on the
to throw
Wednesday.
first.
Fallon Sherrick last week, Group B, was never in a qualifying position until the end of the very, very last game.
100.
And then she went into a qualifying position and got through.
Well said. Those games that you play, because you will be involved in games like this, where you're never in front until the very last double goes in. They're the ones that make you feel like you worked hard for it.
100.
And Sherrick last week in Group B, beating John Henderson in her 8th game of that group. She was through after the final hurdle.
54.
It was the very, very last dart of that group was the one that qualified her and got her into that position. Now, if that was horse racing, you'd say, what a brilliantly timed run, and you'd probably want to give the jockey a bonus.
I don't think Sherrick got anywhere near the credit
60.
she deserved for the way she played on Friday. She was brilliant. And she was not poor on Saturday night. But that was a very, very strong Saturday night
70.
in week 12.
Yeah, great evening. Won by John Henderson, who you're going to see coming up in a couple of games' time, taking on Colin Osborne. We've got the Smith Derby, Justin and Raymond. That'll be your first round of fixtures before we
100.
muddle them all up again for round 2.
I'm intrigued to see Justin today, to see what happens with the change of equipment that he's got. I've had a little chat with him this morning about it. So there may be quite a few legs to go before we see Justin. Haynes, with a 180 at the very start of this match, finds something very much akin to that to leave a 2-darter.
100. Johnny require 100.
In these situations, you're thinking it's going to be 2-2, of course. And it should be. And it is.
On the fourth
Beautifully
leg,
done by Johnny,
Haynes.
who equalises his best finish of the week so far with 100 in 2 darts.
Fifth leg is Jim to throw first. Game on.
Johnny Haynes, when he's playing well, makes the game look ridiculously easy. He made that 100 finish almost sickeningly in how easy he just steps up,
100.
plonk, plonk, a casual stroll to the board, chalks up the darts. But when he's lost the line a little bit,
60.
it looks like, how's he going to recover it? How's he going to snap out of that phase? Like leg 3, I think it was, when Jim McEwen won and Johnny Haynes was a long way back.
I think there's quite a bit that people can learn from Johnny, actually. He makes the game look
54.
easy because he doesn't worry about anything in this game. If he wins, he's happy. If he doesn't, he's still kicking. He can move on to the next challenge.
99.
I know quite a few players like that, and I'm envious of them because I could never do that. I was always so invested in what I was doing. Maybe too invested. Do myself a bit of a favour later on tonight when Newcastle are playing against Southampton, thinking of those very words, because I get the feeling I'm going to be quite invested in that match.
60.
And I can vouch for that. I've on 2 occasions heard Paul Nicholson watching the football, and I can only describe it as Football Hooligan 101.
140.
I'll try and stay calm tonight, and I will be if they get an early lead. The early lead was Johnny Haynes in this one, but he has surrendered it. He's yet to get it back.
Jimmy Rock 123.
McEwen's going to get 6 starts from this position. He's already improved on his start from yesterday because he started with a 4-0 drubbing to John Henderson in game 3.
83.
And then he followed that with another one. Walking away with 4 points yesterday, do you think he was happy eventually?
I think after losing the first 2 games 4-0, after he came in with a lack of confidence anyway,
Jimmy Rock
I think he'll be delighted with that.
He'll be delighted with a 3-2 lead.
And
more than anything else, he'll be happy that he's taken the double at the very first time of asking. Overall, Haynes yesterday averaged 89.63, which is very strong. He had 39% on doubles as well. That kind of went under the radar a bit.
35.
High out of 100 that I mentioned in 4 180s, but he's already added to that today. But 39% on the doubles. And he was 3rd in the checkout charts. 2 players finished better than him. But nobody out 180 this guy yesterday. And that may be happening again because that's his 2nd.
100.
Said at the start of the day yesterday that Jim McEwen was playing better than a man who's losing 4-0. Averaging about 92 at the point where he hadn't won a leg and he was 8 without reply. So what's he done today? He's gone, I'm just going to have to play a little bit better. 95.54.
21.
If he has had a miss, it has been the small one where the dart comes out a bit late and he's trying to recover it by hooking his arm to the left
80.
side as he looks at the board. But the dart's already out of the hand and it's gone short and right. That's a much better delivery. A little bit earlier out of the hand. There it is again. That's why it goes to the right-hand side of the 60.
100.
The body is a very clever thing. It tries to recover in a snapshot what you think is an error.
140.
Full credit to Haynes. He's first to a finish here in leg number 6. And we might be going the distance yet again in game number 1, just like yesterday. But then again, we might not.
140.
Just noticed, actually, Jim McEwen's points are ridged. I thought they were smooth. It's one of the benefits of HD. As we go to double 16.
114.
That may have been his only chance to keep this match alive. double top for an opening win. And that's what he gets. Perfectly timed. And he's on 6 points all of a sudden. We might be looking at a very different Chucky on Tuesday. It's not going to be a cheeky Tuesday. It might be a Chucky Tuesday. There it is, 93.5. Very, very impressive and very similar, in fact, to the start from Johnny Haynes yesterday. He has to suffer losing 2 legs in his leg difference column, but he has a chance to respond when he comes back in Game 5 against Colin Osborne. Not an easy start today, but then again, there are no easy games in Champions Week. Game number 2 is coming your way, and it is the Smith Derby, so don't go far.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. It's day 2 of Champions Week. We are in Group A, and it's Jim McEwen who is the first victor of the day, securing a 4-2 success over Johnny Haynes, doing so with a 93.5 average, 2 maximums, and 4 out of 12 on the doubles. Well, game 2 of our day sees Justin Smith take on Raymond Smith. Justin with an average of 86.12, should I say, yesterday, 11 out of 33 on the doubles. Meanwhile, for Raymond, he had an average of 89.84 for the day and 18 out of 47 on the outing. Well, I'm not really good at predictions, gents, but I'm going to predict one thing. Smith wins this.
Somehow we knew you were going to say that, and I think Raymond may have just heard you, because he just flicked a little smile, and it's not like him to do that in game, because
game on.
He's a bit of a poker player when it comes to playing darts. Doesn't like to show too much emotion, but Justin Smith is back,
100.
firing and quickly. That's what he does. The Bearded Dragon, as he's nicknamed, is looking for a better day than yesterday to get himself back in the reckoning. Starting today on 2 points.
100.
4 points behind his opponent and 2 points behind John Henderson on 4 before he plays next against Osborne. Early moves are needed, Mr. Edgar. Otherwise, people are going to be cut adrift.
Well, Jim McEwen's made his, hasn't he? He made his intentions known, a 93.50 in his opening game. Justin Smith can do the same, if not even more. Seen some very, very good stuff from Justin Smith over the
100.
year or so that I've been watching his game, and he was actually somebody, when I went onto my YouTube channel to make some predictions for Q School, he was actually in my 5 players to keep an eye on category.
97.
Like we said last week when we looked at Reece Colley, it didn't work for him at Q School. Whatever the reason, he was a long way off his levels and his
100.
ability. However, we can't define a player's year, a player's career, by 1 week of darts. This week, though, all
140.
forgotten.
Justin, you record 101.
In a very steady leg here from Justin. Double 16.
Game
You
shot.
don't get much more steady than that.
Justin Smith.
That is really, really good. Was that a 5-ton leg?
Yeah,
Second leg
classic
is Raymond to throw first.
501 in 15, 4 tons and a 101 out.
Old school. You don't see that very often
129.
anymore. Because if someone gets the 4 tons, in fact, if they get the 3
60.
tons, they usually go 105 plus on visit 4. But I really like to see that now and again. It's the ultimate red pen marking in a Super League game.
140.
Because if you don't know, when you're filling in those Super League sheets, all of the ton plus scores are in red. All the other ones are in black. So it's a perfect line of red.
62.
When I used to play local league, there used to be a trophy for the most tons. So if I had a treble 20, I'd just go big 20s. So I could get...
That is so you.
122.
There's a message sent to Raymond Smith as well that Justin is maybe on a
28.
better
Raymond, you require 110.
keel today. Because yesterday he started all right average-wise, but he struggled a bit. We'll get onto that in a second. Because he has struggled in leg 2.
78.
And Smith has responded brilliantly. That's a much better throw.
Raymond, you require 32.
This leg should be done. And dusted.
Game shot.
There
The
you have it,
second
13 darter.
Raymond Smith.
Game on now, best of 5 from here. But we did speak to Justin Smith this morning about an equipment issue. He's trying to
Well, I guess
repoint
Justin
his
to throw
darts.
first. Game on.
I think he got them finished at around 5 to 9 this morning. One of the points was stuck
46.
in there. And it took a little bit of muscle, not from me, but from somebody else to get that point out so he could have an improved grip. Because yesterday you mentioned at the top of the show, he was
40.
struggling to grip the darts the way he wanted.
Yeah, I did find it quite funny, actually, running around with this repointing tool, like passing it round to everyone to see if they could help him out. With his,
140.
trying to get it out so he could put the new one in, because he wanted this grippier dart, grippier feel. He just didn't get the right vibe. And if you're not confident in your equipment, how can you be confident in yourself? So
91.
I expect to see him make a bit of a move today.
Yeah, some players just know when a set of darts has lost its optimum.
123.
I used to go through with a previous manufacturer a set of darts every fortnight because the grip was very sharp. Because I was playing pretty well, they were always clattering against each other and the sharp edge would be lost within
140.
10 to 14 days. Now, if you look at the grip element here of what he's using, that looks quite
60.
sharp as well. Not so much for Raymond. And you tend to find that these darts last a lot longer because they're not as cutting with that grip technology. It's a bit more rounded.
140. Justin, you record 132.
I don't know about that one. That was a bad dart.
42.
In fact, all 3
And
darts
you
were low.
require 90.
Justin Smith went from having a bit of time on his hands to having very little time. Raymond Smith, back-to-back 140s. Double 5.
Game
That
shot
is
the
a
third
brilliant
leg.
turnaround there from Raymond
Smith.
Smith. I was very under the impression that that leg might have been done when I look up and you see Justin Smith
Well,
on
it's Raymond to throw
192 and
first.
Raymond Smith back on 370. And that was 9 of the best.
When Raymond is starting to do things like that, every player this week has got license to do one thing.
140.
Uh-oh. He was the favourite yesterday morning for good reason. You've been doing some digging this morning, Matt,
100.
about his form, not just here, but in Australia in the last year. The word domination is thrown around a little bit too much these days, but it is very fitting for this guy.
100.
Yeah, I just can't find many events that he hasn't won. It's
81.
Australian Open, more localised opens up to WF Platinum event. If there's a darts event going on in Australia, Raymond Smith has either won it
97.
or is in the very, very latter stages of that event. And when I say win it, I mean the word that Paul Nicholson put there,
140.
domination.
164.
He's winning all these games to nil, especially in the early rounds. He's going 5-6 rounds without losing legs.
This is what he does at the minute. He's in such a good space. He's going for this.
117.
Trying to improve on his best finish of yesterday, which was 116. Well, don't go for the 20.
140.
If you don't want to risk it,
Ranger
you could have gone for the treble 12.
47.
We talked about that last week. Just so happens that Raymond is on double 16 again. And he's hitting it easily.
Raymond Smith.
Bad signs for Justin Smith. It's Raymond, whom everybody loves.
We've let it's Justin to throw first.
Maybe not Justin.
Say bad signs for Justin Smith. I'm going to add to that. Bad signs for Colin Osborne, Johnny Haynes,
100.
Jim McEwen, John Henderson, and Justin Smith. Because Raymond Smith is hitting a level that we have yet to see this week. I said someone will break the 100 average today. At the moment, Raymond Smith is well and truly
60.
over the top of that. 107.78.
And this is something he can maintain
100.
throughout the course of a game quite easily if he's in this form. As for the day, we know that he can average high 90s for the day because he's done it here before, and there is a maximum.
180.
That's his first.
We've only got to look at what he's been doing over in Australia. We've got 100 average, 109.98, 111.33. I mean, that's some average there. 100.20 seems to be very regular for him, which is a 15 dart leg average.
131.
107.36. This is all recent.
You might have to write down this average in a minute. He's using the 17s a lot as a switch, which we think is incredibly intelligent.
58. Raymond, you require
He's got all the
130.
attributes of an elite player. He could get rid of this. But just misses out.
94.
If Justin Smith does not hit this,
48.
he loses this match. Based on what we've seen.
58.
We call it moving day for a reason.
Require 36.
And the early move belongs to Raymond.
Game
Just
shot and
way
match.
too good
Raymond
for Justin
Smith.
Smith. That was an extraordinary performance. Everything about it, it needs a round of applause. He might not have got a lot of maximums. He only got the one. But here's the thing about his game. He doesn't need maximums. He just hits doubles when he gets there. 80%. And the biggest average we've seen since week 11. We haven't seen anything that good for about 3 weeks. Brilliant from Raymond Smith, and now everybody should take notice. That is him up to a total of 8 points. So Colin Osborne, who comes next against John Henderson, has got some company in the table at the top.
Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to Champions Week here at the MODUS Super Series. Raymond Smith has posted the second highest average we have seen at the MODUS Super Series in 2023, 109.3 in a 4-1 success against Justin Smith, including 4 out of 5 on the doubles. A real impressive performance by Raymond, getting the better of Justin in the Battle of the Smiths. So, the last two players that we haven't seen this morning go toe-to-toe in our next one. It sees John Henderson take on Colin Osborne. Looking at their stats for yesterday, Colin Osborne, a daily average of 91.99, 18 out of 39 on the doubles, whilst Henderson, 88.27 daily average, 12 out of 30 on the outer ring. Who's going to win this final battle of the first round of Tuesday? Let's find out. Paul Nicholson, Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Henry. What a great start to today, especially for McEwen and for Smith Raymond. Might have to start calling him that. It's got a bit of a ring to it. But John Henderson, or Hendo as we affectionately call him, is up against the wizard, Colin Osborne, who sports the dark shirt with blue stars today. And he was the man for Monday with 8 points and a leg difference of +7. He has been displaced
John to throw first. Game on.
at the top of the table by the odd leg, thanks to that marvellous display from Raymond. But this one sees Osborne trying to take the top spot back on 10 points. Hendo trying to get into the party on 6.
100.
Henry made a bold prediction in the last game, and it came in. Well done, Henry. He predicted Smith would win that one. I made a prediction at the start of this day,
135.
and I said that I think it's going to bunch up. I also said that I expect Raymond Smith and John Henderson to make moves. Both of those predictions could come true here if John Henderson beats Colin Osborne, because the table will bunch up. But also, both the players expected to make moves would also have registered points today.
First 180 of the day for Highlander, just like that. And if you're right, Matt, it would mean that Hendo would go to 6 points alongside McEwen and Haynes.
140.
And Justin Smith all of a sudden would be 4 points adrift. And that would be the first time that's happened. Sensible play from John.
46.
Leaves himself tops after just 12 darts. And Colin Osborne might be aware, and if not, he's soon going to be aware that we are in Hendo o'clock.
45. John, you require 40.
Hendo hour, where he always plays good at the start of the day.
Game shown the first.
There's the proof. 13 dart at the start of the day. He's hoping that is a good sign. It wasn't for Johnny Haynes. He won his first game in 13 darts.
To throw first. Game
First
on.
leg in 13 darts. The game went the way of his opponent. But let's wax lyrical, shall we? Because Osborne yesterday was remarkable. A running average on
45.
Monday of just shy of 92, like Henry mentioned at the top of the show. But you eloquently said, Matt, 46% on the doubles for 5 matches. That is above elite quality. If you think about the best player on tour in the PDC last year, it was Damon Heta, and he was at just under 45%. So for Colin to do better than that yesterday tells you something.
I feel though he's going to need to be up that end at the moment, because he's getting completely outscored in the early phase of this one. And I think maybe we should really have to look at dubbing 9:30 till 10:30 in the morning as Hendo o'clock. I think it's going to have to be.
Hendo hour. I quite like that.
I think there's a lot of people, especially over on Twitter, that would love a Hendo hour every day.
I think John was so unsure about his score, he didn't know what to go for.
160.
It worked out pretty well in the end, John. I know that John's wife, Veronica, is watching today. I'm sure she's missing him as well. He's been away for ages.
133. John, 126.
He's doing all right, Veronica. He's doing all right. He might even have a 2-0 lead in a second. Almost got another look at double six there, Matt. But that leaves 60. Quite a happy accident, actually, that treble three. It means he can leave his favourite double now. Just have to hold his breath for a few seconds.
You require
See if Osborne can take the first 170 of the week.
We haven't seen a 170 finish here at the Super Series for a couple now. I expect that it's going to go at some point this week.
Biggest finish of the day yesterday was Osborne's.
40.
135, which was delightful. Double five.
30. Colin, you require 86.
He will not be pleased that Osborne gets a look at this 86. To take the leg in 6 visits. Double 8.
78.
Wasn't close on either shot there in the bottom left corner. That will not please him at all. Neither will this if it goes in, but it does hit the single. That's the worst case scenario when you've got
6.
double five.
Colin, you require 8.
Should have been in big control here, Hendo. He might be reeled in. He is. It's 1-all.
Leg. Colin
Bit of a
Osborne.
scruffy leg at the end of leg 2. And Osborne has given a gift.
So like it's John to throw first.
I mentioned yesterday
Game
about
on.
the shirt of Colin Osborne and how he has the same design, the same shirt, but he just tends to change the colour of the stars and
140.
the colour of the wording. Today he's gone for blue. I actually quite like that idea. You don't have to change the whole design and have all these different shirts, but you can clearly tell that it's different and it's different on the eye. And yeah, I like that.
He's always had a really strong dart shirt methodology. A little bit of less is more.
54.
You know I'm a big fan of that, Matt. I just think it's quintessentially Colin. And he has had that beautiful red number as well with the black stars, which is homage to his hometown, Middlesbrough.
100.
And it's a design that hasn't really changed in the best part of 15 years. It's recognizable.
89.
It's associated. And whether he was at the top of the game in the amateur game, or whether it was the top of the pro game, or somewhere in between, some things do not have to change, and he understands that. Hender's got a few different designs at the minute.
58. Colin, you require 100.
Most of them have got that Henderson tartan on there.
$58. John, you require 160.
This is right in his wheelhouse because it does end on tops. That's a pretty good start. Double top.
140.
I really thought he was getting that.
Colin, you require 78.
He might have his pocket pinched.
These are the sort of shots that Colin Osborne was taking yesterday. Sort of shots that put him top of the table.
58. John, you required 20.
Just because he was 46% on doubles yesterday, it doesn't mean he's going to be like that today. That's the beauty of this game.
On the third
Henderson
leg.
retakes the lead in 16
Henderson.
darts. And this is a game that he should win because he has the throw in
Fourth leg, it's Collins
the odd-numbered legs. But
Game
yesterday, there were so many breaks of throw in early matches that it threw that to the wind. Just to prove that point, the first 5 matches of yesterday's schedule all went against the throw. We've already had one go that way, admittedly, with the brilliance of Raymond Smith. John's first game yesterday, he won 4-0 against Jim McEwen, averaging just shy of 97, his best effort for the day.
Yeah, I think the advantage of throw is obviously an advantage, but when we're dealing with people here that are so evenly matched, who have this explosiveness about their game that they can just, for 1-2 legs, find top elite level darts, match that in with the consistency. It just comes down to when they time those, and we could see an awful lot of breaks to throw again today.
There you see from the side-on shot. A little bit of that revamped technique. that has become the norm for the Wizard. I admire Colin so much. I always have had. As a young pro, he was someone I really looked up to. He became a really good friend of mine just because he's such a nice guy and incredibly funny. But ultimately, he had to go through a throw rebuild.
66.
Now, it's easy for me to sit here and say that he started from scratch, but in fact, it was a lot worse than that. He had to go back to basics about how to throw a dart again, how to think about the game. Basically, 56. The process he went through was what Ernie Els went through with putting at around 2011. It's almost like he forgot how to putt. But then the year after that, he won the Open Championship.
58.
And it must be hard when you've had what Colin Osborne had and been in the events that Colin Osborne has been in to then have to go right back to the bottom and not even winning at that level to begin with.
He was struggling to win at local level.
96.
In matches, never mind tournaments, but the ability to put in the work mentally as well as physically that he has done over the last 5 years. Honestly, it is extraordinary.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
And that's a great leg from Colin. 17 darter to equalise at 2-2. He's not only still a very talented player, but he may be more resilient than ever because of the process he's been through.
You sort of feel like he just appreciates it so much more this time round, don't you? And when we look at what he did on the first time round, UK Open runner-up, World Championship quarter-finalist, played in all the big events. He won the Champions League. Those championship finals, reached a semi-final of that. Multiple titles, and he's starting to add to those titles with weekly wins here, including a 9-dart finish in the old venue in Southampton.
Indeed. We can't forget that.
40.
And I can't forget the last time he won a PDC Pro event. That was back in 2011 in Gladbeck. He beat James Richardson in the final, and I was desperate to play him in that final. I fell one short, thanks to another Super Series person in James Richardson, who I'm sure is watching today because he always does. So if you are watching, James, I hope you're well.
I can actually tell you 2007 is the year that Colin Osborne broke into the world's top 10.
97.
16 years ago. That makes me feel very old.
Tell you what makes me feel old. It's 13 years ago today that I won my Players' Championship finals.
98. Johnny
it was actually
86.
2 years ago today that Johnny Clayton won his Masters title. That was 2 years ago.
Game shot the 5th.
That was 2 seconds ago.
John Henderson.
3-2 lead for Hendo. This is a great game. Really, really competitive. Henderson averaging mid-90s. Osborne clinging on.
Game on.
Averaging 82. Can you believe it was 2 years ago when Clayton won that Masters? That's extraordinary.
95.
Anyone who went through that period of COVID times will struggle with remembering time periods because
43.
It all just seems like there's a couple of years missing along the way. So when you talk about time, it's like the timeline of events or the timelines of events ran properly, how they now are in their full format. Yeah, it's mind-boggling when you. It's like years just non-existent. You know them shows where aliens come down and then they put them back on the Earth again. It's like they look at the watch and they've missed 3 hours of the day.
Are you thinking of Flight of the Navigator?
Possibly.
One of the greatest 80s movies out there.
100.
Yeah, dropped him back on Earth and all of a sudden it was it 6-7 years later?
Yeah, that's how I feel when we talk about records at the moment. It's mind-boggling.
I think the Wizard is going to have to cast a spell if he's to get back into this one. The more 43. I see from this game, the more I think you're right. I think today is going to bunch up. I think you and Henry have got it spot on.
83.
Henderson will get a look at 115 for a valuable 4-2 win to vault himself to 6 points, to get himself into a positive leg difference, and maybe most importantly for the group, to keep Osborne from getting to double figures.
Just trying to work out the best way to
John Record
plot himself to a
115.
finish. He chooses a 19s in the end, but he's still been outscored despite the fact Hendo has 3 darts in his hand.
Now, everybody's going to learn
59.
something from Colin right
Well, you
now.
require 118.
Because on 118, there's only one shot you need to go for here. Treble 20. None of this 18s first nonsense. Because you want a shot at the double on the
John
outer
require
ring,
56.
not at the bullseye. Speaking of the outer ring, it's double 10.
36.
That might be the only chance he gets to win the match. That's how
Well, you
cutthroat
require
this format can be
24.
sometimes. We've already seen people this week have match darts and lose. Double 6. Basement double.
18.
He does get another look.
John, you require 20.
Colin missing darts at double today that he wasn't yesterday. Well, that one's not in. Neither's that one.
$10.
I think that might be a visit he'd like to forget.
Colin,
They
you
was a
require
long,
6.
long way off. Are we just hitting the snooze button on Hendo o'clock, or on the alarm bell's going to start ringing?
Game shown the 6th flag.
Good
He-
dart.
He didn't
Colin
know it was
Osborne.
in. It's a good job we've got a referee up there. I don't know why I was looking
7th
twice.
and final
It's not
lead,
like
John to throw first.
my shot was going to change on the monitor.
Yeah, it was sat nice, wasn't it? A good dart there on the first one, and
55.
just able to put that on top. But now the big question is, how much does those real big misses, because they wasn't close, one of them hit the actual number ring, and not even the number, the actual ring past the number. It was a long, long way off. Then he came a long way inside.
140.
How much is that going to affect the next sort of 6 to 9 darts?
Well, John's played really well in this game. I think that was just a bad visit.
85.
It's a bad time to have a bad visit. His average has come down by about 7 points.
140.
the last leg in a bit. But if Osborne wins this, with this kind of average, he's going to feel
85.
like the guy with the lucky charms finding the pot of the gold at the end of the rainbow.
I feel like Osborne sensed that little bit of weakness there at the back end of that one when he was trying to close out the match. Plenty of opportunities to do so. And Osborne looks
60.
like he doesn't want to offer him any more. Leaves a finish after 9.
This has got to be a 140 plus. Ideally, a maximum.
140.
Well, the 140 is
Colin, you
found.
require 161.
Still not an easy out, though. This one is very much in the balance.
36.
It still is.
Colin, you
Hendo
require 136.
might even get 6 darts from here if he's fortunate. He's going to need them. Can the wizard cast a
43.
spell on the bullseye
Colin, you
region?
require 125.
He has not been very good at his doubles so far. And he hasn't been very good on the approach right here. That's a single 4.
2 points. Finally in the balance. Both players
84.
offering
John, you
encouragement to
require
each other.
93.
Can Henderson get over the line this time? He's had 5 match darts already.
84 left. He doesn't get another match dart.
77. Colin, you require 41.
So far in this match, Osborne on the outer ring is 27%. But he finds the key double at the very end, and that'll be a bonus 2 points. A game he shouldn't have won. He knows that. And Henderson will have to respond in round 2. As for the stats in that one, they do tell a story. 33% on the doubles for Osborne is actually quite flattering when you consider how many chances he had and how many misses he had that were key. But ultimately, he got enough in the way of doubles, and John Henderson will be ruining those match darts, especially in leg number 6. So we go forward to round number 2, and we're going to start with Raymond Smith against Jim McEwen. Raymond was rather good in round 1, wasn't he?
Welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series. You're watching Champions Week and Group A, where we have completed the first round of fixtures of a 4-feed success for Colin Osborne against John Henderson. Osborne with an 80.12 average and 4 out of 12 on the doubles. So let's have a look at the table then, following the completion of 6 rounds of matches in our opening group on Champions Week. Colin Osborne, 5 wins and 1 defeat, sees him onto 10 points on the leaderboard. And then, as you can see, it is quite tight and congested below. Things really are beginning to hot up on what we like to call moving day. Well, game 4 of our day sees Raymond Smith in action up against Jim McEwen. Raymond Smith opening up of 109 average in his 4-1 success against Justin Smith, whilst for McEwen, he was also in the winner's enclosure in his opener. He got the better of Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 2. So who's going to double up for their day? Let's find out. Paul Nicholson, Matthew Edgar.
Thanks, H. Very much looking forward to seeing what Raymond can do in his second match of the day, because if it's anything like his first, Jim McEwen has got some problems. He will be very happy with his start. Well, the 55-year-old, he averaged 93.5 with 1 in every 3 darts at double hit. And that is an improvement on yesterday.
Raymond to throw first. Game on.
But with Raymond Smith having the darts, you'd have to say he starts as favourite here. And maybe leg 1 or 2 will tell us exactly how he's feeling about a potential charge on Tuesday. Say no more.
And say leg 1 or 2. We don't need to wait that long. Made a prediction at the start of the day. We're going to see someone get over that 100 average today. Raymond Smith, more than obliged. And
60.
I think the pace of this game is probably going to suit both as well.
Yeah, a bit more deliberate. Not going to be playing as fast as you would against, say, Justin Smith or possibly a John Henderson.
91.
But there is a possibility with Raymond that he could average over 100 for the day. If he's to have the same Tuesday that Lee Budgeon had last week, 10 points from 10, and finish
45.
on 16 points, he's going to be at the top of the table and with a great chance of winning this group and having Thursday and Friday off.
100.
Starting strong. Can't say I'm surprised by it because he said to us at the end of the week that he won in Super Series 2 to get to this week, he really enjoyed the challenge and he thrived
100. Raymond, you require
when he was playing.
130.
Makes you wonder what the future is for Raymond Smith. We've talked about players that have relocated over here before. I think that realistically
90.
is the next step for Raymond Smith. And I think if he is to go on to win this week and get that £20,000, I think going back with another big paycheck from the UK might just really make him consider it.
I totally agree. And I have one more point to make actually about
Raymond, you
that.
require 40.
Let's see if he can hit tops for the first leg in 13 darts.
Game shot
Silly
in the
question,
first
really.
leg. Raymond Smith.
He's living in that sort of zone all day long. But I have a sneaky suspicion
Second leg is Jim
that if he was to relocate to the
Game
UK and break onto the tour, I think it'd be good for him. But I also think it might be good for some other players as well. Because if you practice with this guy, you're not only going to get a severe test,
95.
you're going to get intelligence and you're going to get wisdom. I see him as the ideal practice partner for Damon Heta. Now, I think that Damon Heta is ripe
91.
for somebody like Raymond Smith to, take him further forward. And vice versa, I think a practice partner like Damon Heta for Raymond would be ideal. Can you imagine what they could do together? We might
96.
and I'm not looking at Simon Whitlock too far into the future. I think he's still going to be playing 2 or 3 World Cups for the next few years as the defending champion, definitely in 2023. But Simon's not going to be around
45.
forever. Someone's going to have to back Damon up in about 5 years. It could be Raymond Smith. It could be Corey Cadby. Australian darts is in an amazing position.
I think they've always produced some fine talent.
180.
You mentioned that Raymond Smith locating over here would be good for a couple of people. I think it'd be good for quite a lot of people. Australian dart players, because he's not going to be there winning all the events all the time.
That's very true. It would be great for the fans as well because
100.
he's brilliant.
Jim, you require 100.
Genuinely brilliant. Not so much in leg 2, though. McEwen's owning this one. Just got to plot your way to the double. Probably look at the bullseye now.
90.
That's lovely. A great approach. Just doesn't make tactical errors. Although, I think he might have made one yesterday.
101. Jim, you
But I
require
think it was in a leg
40.
where he was pretty much out of it anyway. Just don't give him a shot, Jim.
Game
Very well
shot in
done.
the second leg.
Very solid.
Jim McEwen.
Holding through and feeling stronger than he was on Monday.
Third leg
He
is
didn't get
Raymond
through
to throw
the
first.
senior qualifiers, though, at the weekend. So he's not going to be gracing the Circus Tavern from Thursday of next week. And we do believe that there are some
60.
available tickets for next week's seniors, where you can see the likes of the reigning WDF World Champion Neil Duff, defending champion Robert Thornton, and some of the greats of the game, like Philip Douglas Taylor,
100.
Co Stompy, Martin Wolfie Adams, who you're going to see here this week.
Yes, and excellent lineup, some real good clashes, and fans of the Super
100.
Series will recognise some such as David Cameron, Richie Howson, which is probably one of the most 50-50 games I've seen in that draw. Chris Mason, who we saw win a week down here and play in the last Champions Week. He'll be taking on Terry Jenkins, who
55.
was here just a week or so ago as well. So there's going to be lots of players that you're very familiar with, who's been getting some regular games in. But I like the look of Scotty Mitchell in that one. Just recently lost his card.
100.
Was running around about the 92 sort of average when he lost it. Played very well at Q School. I think he's the man to beat when it comes to that Seniors World Championship.
Well, just for a reminder for all of our viewers on Sporty Stuff TV today, and of course the MODUS Super Series
140.
YouTube channel, where can they get tickets if they are looking to attend in Essex next week?
Yep, so dartshop.tv is your place to go for tickets. There are
140.
standard tickets, VIP tickets, all available from Thursday evening through to Sunday evening, and the prices start at just £10.
That same website, dartshop.tv, is where you can get
60.
your tickets
Raymond, you reckon?
for
101.
Saturday night here. Tickets for here are free of charge. You could be here to see someone grab £20,000 in the early hours of Sunday. Double 16 for Raymond Smith.
85.
Is that the
Jimmy
first time he's
Require,
missed that today?
146.
Yeah, it is a bit of a rare one. Doesn't tend to miss too much at anything. But he will have another go. In fact, he'll have another 3.
58.
I don't think he's going to miss this one.
16.
That's the likelihood he runs with. He had a lot of joy on the right side of the board yesterday.
Game shown the
And
third.
did you
leg.
notice that he
Raymond Smith.
shuffled to his right before he went for that double 4? He understands
For
that you
Vegas
don't
Jim
have to
to throw
stand in the
first.
same position
Game
on the hockey for every single double. I do that too. When I go for double 16, I tend to shuffle to my left to make it a straight shot. When it comes to things like double 6, double 13, double 4,
24.
I tend to shuffle to my right-hand side. Just changing the angle a little bit.
I'm going to discuss something quite interesting here. But at the same time, someone might go, what on earth is he on about?
83.
Raymond Smith's playing with a different coloured shirt today. We as players like to have different shirts to give us different vibes, so you can clearly define between different days. I wonder how many other shirts he's got made up
100.
like this, because this shirt would have been a shirt he had specifically made for the World Darts Championship. I know that due to the location of the badges and what those badges are.
140.
Now, yesterday, I noticed it as well, I just didn't mention it. But the fact it's a different colour, how many shirts did he bring over for the World Darts Championship? Did he bring enough over for one each round?
The fact that he made more than one
140.
tells me something. I can say, hand on heart, in my debut in the 2009 Championship, that I had one shirt. And I thought, if I need it again, I'll get it washed.
140.
He's brought more than one. He thought he was going to go deep. I like that.
You have to keep an eye and see if he brings another one, because obviously as players we can tell if a shirt's made for the purpose of the World Championships. And these certainly are. Well,
180.
Jim
Raymond,
McEwen,
138.
World Championship darts.
Hold the phone. Why didn't he stay on the 60?
98. Jimmy Require, 57.
That was a World Championship darts winning shot, wasn't it? 138, Keith Della.
Never heard of it. Double top.
Game show
Beautiful
the
tops for McEwen.
Jim
And if that's
McEwen.
clicking today, the players have got a bit more of a problem with him on Tuesday than maybe they would have
Raymond to throw first. Game
on Monday, because he was missing tops. He was missing a lot of things on the outer ring. Ultimately, 21% for Monday was a bit dire.
60.
Raymond Smith still being tested, even though he's averaging very well again. This time in that kind of range that you expect from him when he's playing well, high 97s.
100.
What do you think Raymond's best avenue is to the tour? He's obviously going to go through Q school, but do you expect him
60.
to be in the World Championship again at the end of this year, qualifying through Australia?
Well, you've only got to look at his form and his numbers and his results to say I don't see where he's not going to be in it, because he's winning everything.
The way I see it is, because he's such a heavy hitter
59.
with us, I think he'll be back in Super Series 3. I think he'll be back again later in the year. By the time the World Championship comes around, if he is in that, he's not going to have to pay for his flight. He'll have so many frequent flyer miles with whoever he flies with. He'll be able to pay for his flight with points.
Here's another interesting
123.
concept for you. Because he's winning all those events over in Australia, and he won that platinum event that they put on in Australia, on the WDF World Rankings, he's ranked number 23.
I see where you're going with
60.
If he goes to Lakeside, I can't see many people that could stop him.
I've got to agree with you. He's won so much in the way of ranking tournaments
99.
over the last 7 years. It's quite frightening, actually. He's almost doing what Corinne Hammond used to do when she was living in Australia. Whenever she turned up, she would win. People were battling for second spot.
99.
Now that Corinne Hammond is in the UK,
120.
and now Tori Kewish has moved to the Netherlands, other people could possibly win the women's events. And like you said, Matt, if Raymond Smith moves to the UK, other people would have a chance. People like Mal Cumming, for instance. And we have every license to talk about
80.
Jim being in the lead, but he's missed tops.
Raymond, you require
And
82.
Raymond gets a 6th visit. How good was that? This is the biggest dart of the match.
50.
And it goes further away.
Jimmy require 40.
Two 10s for a monstrous break of throw. You can sense the tension. And that's a
Games on the
huge double
fifth
five.
leg. Jim McEwen.
He hits the front. You and I are thinking the same thing, Matt. Why is he putting his hand up?
First. Game on.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the apologise. Sorry, I won a leg of darts. That is a perfect dart for Jim McEwen. He does like a 180.
140.
Big 180 hitter yesterday. Is it 4 already today? And this is only his second game.
I think you'd have to say that if you're having a little bit of a flutter today, that the 180 market on Jim McEwen is the one to go for.
140.
Please remember, it's over 18s only. BeGambleAware.org is the website you need for more information on that. And gamble responsibly, please. Just looking at his flights, what's he got on those? Is that his signature?
92.
Looks like a squiggle.
I thought that earlier. I thought it's like he's hand-signed his flights. Wonder if there's a bit of a story there. Maybe he has done that. Maybe signed the flights and he's got someone in mind who wants the match-used flights, maybe.
That would be a nice gesture. In this fixture yesterday, McEwen did get the better of Raymond Smith by 4 legs to 3. If anybody's going to have his number, is it Chucky? And he did so with an average 7 points less. Guess what's happening in this game? He's got a lesser average again. This time by almost 6. Have we found Raymond Smith's kryptonite?
140.
But then again, we might not have. I might have spoken too soon. It wouldn't be the first time. Just want to go back to that point about Lakeside. If we've got time, if there's another leg, and if we don't, we'll talk about it the next time he plays.
132.
His next game is Game 7 against Colin Osborne. He'll be hoping that this goes and we've got time to talk about it. Bullseye to stay in the match.
56.
Can't find it to end the leg.
Jimmy requires 60.
And McEwen might end the match. To do the double over Raymond Smith in 2 days.
Game shot and
It's just a wonderful display of timing from
McEwen.
Chucky. He was given a couple of chances that maybe he didn't deserve, but he made the most of them. And again, he's just having a chat with the referee about the shiny shoes. And is that going to be the difference today? Because the shiny shoes are making him shine very brightly in the table now that he is up to 8 points and only 2 points behind Colin Osborne. There you see the stats from that game. Better doubling from McEwen, and he didn't need the bigger average yet again. Osborne will play in the next match against Johnny Haynes, and that's coming up after the break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
A top international tournament with top international players. Raymond Smith is averaging 103.5 for the day so far, but it's only enough for one victory from 2 on day 2 of Champions Week here for the Guru, as he went on the wrong end of a 4-2 defeat to Jim McEwen. Smith averaging 98 in that one, but for McEwen, a 94.16 average, 2 maximums to his name, 4 out of 9 on the doubles. Chucky is making a charge on the second day here at the Super Series. So game 5 sees Johnny Haynes take on Colin Osborne. Already this is a big game in the context of the group, because Colin Osborne with a victory here can open up a lead of 4 points at the top of the group after 7 games played. He takes on Johnny Haynes. Good first day for him. He'll be looking to get victory here. So let's hand over to the commentary, which is going to be provided by Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, it is a big game because
Okay,
we're starting to see some
Johnny
movement.
to throw first. Game on.
If Osborne was to survive this game with 2 more points, he would get to 12, which would mean a 4-point gap at the top between himself,
83.
Raymond Smith, and now Jim McEwen, who's made a great move so far on Tuesday.
50.
But if he can break Johnny Haynes in this game, he would create a 6-point gap over him and reduce him to 0 points for the day.
45.
Yeah, you feel like the mid part of the week or the group for Group A, this is where things are going to start taking a little bit of
44.
shape. And Colin Osborne wins this. He will. We'll be opening up a 4-point gap. There's nothing anybody can do about it, because Raymond Smith and Jim
96.
McEwen have already reached their 7-game mark. So this is kind of a bit of a free one, really, in the running of the in-play sort of phase, because even if he was to
100.
lose this, he would still keep that 2-point buffer, because Raymond and Jim have already played their 7th fixture.
Yeah, it's time really for Colin to either plot his way to a daily
137.
target, or if he can compartmentalize and really focus on each game as they come and take advantage of weak spots offered to him by his opponents.
100. Johnny
If he was to
require
have the same sort of
140.
day as yesterday, or even better, he might have done just about enough to put one hand and one foot
60.
into Saturday night, because we are seeing so far today some befuddling stuff. We've just worked out that Raymond Smith over the last couple of days has averaged over 97 against
Johnny require 80.
Jim McEwen and lost both games. But then Osborne in his first game today won with an 80 average.
60. Colin, you requires 78.
The sort of shot that yesterday felt more likely than not. Tops.
58.
That was for a break of
Johnny
throw
required
opportunity. Opportunity to get those 2 points that will extend him at the top of the table.
Game shot in the first leg. Johnny
Haynes takes the first leg. It didn't help him in the first game that he played today. And we identified another pattern, didn't we,
So
Matt?
like it's Colin to throw first.
And that was that if you're playing Jim McEwen, you do not want to hit a maximum with your first turn. Raymond Smith did it. Johnny Haynes did it. They both lost.
66.
A little bit of free information for Colin Osborne, Justin Smith and John Henderson. As for this game yesterday, it was a tight affair, both averaging in the mid-80s.
95.
It was Osborne who took the spoils. But it was the doubling that helped him, 50%. On top of that, though, Haynes was 60% on his doubles, but he just didn't get enough chances.
60.
Can I ask you a question now, Matt? Are you someone who has ever used chalk on your darts? Or are you, just like me, someone who despises even being near chalk when you play darts?
I don't like the feeling of chalk
180.
any time of the day. Like, this makes me feel all weird. I'm not a fan of it. Like, just the touch of it. Like,
11.
it
Colin, you
can
require
even sometimes
130.
makes it feel like you've lost your breath. Like, you need a big gas. It's a weird thing for me, chalk. I don't like it.
90.
We have seen chalk used by a couple of big hitters here at the MODUS Super Series. Johnny Haynes, very obviously so. Another one being James Richardson,
100.
who has a very
Colin, you
famous
require
chalk
40.
story. We'll tell you that story after this. That's the right
no
player.
score.
Don't be leaving 5 points in that spot when your opponent is only halfway through the leg. Go back to tops and put it right. But so far today, the doubling has been good enough.
100.
But throughout the
Colin,
course
you
of the
require
day,
40.
the way he's hitting doubles, he will get punished at some point if he doesn't sharpen it up.
Game
That's a
shown
bit
the
better.
second leg.
And that's a 17
Colin
darter, a
Osborne.
somewhat scruffy one, I might add. 4-1.
Third leg, it's Johnny to throw first.
I do believe James Richardson was on holiday. And he was passing a skip, as you do. And he saw a big lump of chalk.
60.
It might have been in, I think he was in Cyprus, something like that. If I'm wrong, I know he's going to tweet me in probably the next 30 seconds, telling me the whole story. But he ended up thinking, oh, that would be
55.
good for my grip and my darts case. He ended up taking it home with him. And he ended up using it on the European tour. It's a very good effect.
135.
I mean, who finds chalk on holiday for darts?
I think the best thing I can say about that is one man's trash is another man's treasure.
Yeah, that chalk was about the
43.
size of a golf ball as well. It wasn't small. If you want trash and treasure, all you got to do is talk to Terry Jenkins.
But isn't that like the most James
45.
Richardson story ever? I'm away on holiday thinking about darts.
No, I think the most James Richardson thing we could talk about is him taking his slow cooker to various hotel establishments and cooking stew
97.
in his room and sending me pictures of it because it makes me jealous. So thanks for that, James.
140.
I think these guys know James pretty well. Go to various opens in the Northamptonshire and Midlands area.
139.
They do a great open around
Only
August, don't they, for Help for
121.
Heroes. Headed by some good friends of mine. They do a fabulous job for that charity.
40. Colin, you require 167.
Well, this would be unexpected. Highest finish of the match so far is 40. It would have been for the biggest finish of the week.
84.
We had to hit the heights
81.
of last week when it comes to the finishes. We saw a bingo card full of them. Double top for Haynes.
41.
And another
Colin, you
freebie
require
given to Osborne.
83.
He had the opportunity to break in the last. He's going to have to go 2 tops. There's one.
63.
Oh, that's just come a little bit
Johnny
low.
require 40.
He's not quite finding the form he found yesterday. Certainly on the doubling.
Game shown the
You just
third
knew he
leg.
was going to hit it with a
Johnny
second dart. It was such a
Haynes.
lovely guide. He didn't use it a great deal. I just question, though, on the 2 double top shot,
Fourth leg, it's
Whereas
Colin to throw first.
it is good
Game on.
to hit double top with the first dart and have another crack at it for the leg. But I sense it was in the wrong place in the bed for him to really attack it. He almost had to go for the left-hand
48.
side. Because these days, Colin's trying to get his darts to land on top of each other, as opposed to the way that Johnny throws, which is trying to stack them underneath.
Paul Nicholson said
81.
there when the double went in, you just knew that was going to go in. Well, Paul Nicholson did because he sat here with his thumb up. He was short, and that is the 3rd time today that you've sat there with the thumb up, and
46.
it's actually gone in. I will let you know the next time the thumb goes up.
No one under pressure. Very, very different. Maybe I was just giving it a like.
41.
That's your get out, isn't it? You'll be like, oh, I was just saying I liked the dart in the first one.
But sometimes, if you
85.
know the way that certain people play, you just know that that's the perfect marker. That they can plant a dart next to it.
60.
You don't see many people in other sports adding a material to their equipment for such gain. You don't see people putting chalk
140.
on top of a golf club. In fact, that's illegal. I've read many a story about metallic tape being added to a putter on the course, which is illegal. You can't alter the shape of a
95.
golf club when you're on the course. You can't do it. It's not allowed. But in darts, it's perfectly allowed for you to enhance the grip with something like chalk or wax or some sort of residue.
You can even get sleeves now, can't you, that you can put over, like a grip sleeve, which you put over the dart itself. It just makes it a little bit thicker, though.
Yeah, I'm not really certain about that. You can even put these little things on the ends of the points, which makes the join from the barrel to the point a bit smoother.
85. Colin, you reckon 117.
Treble 19 for tops. Don't know if you're getting the same feeling as me, Matt, but just see Osborne not really on the same sort of confidence level as yesterday.
57.
And is that as a result of a
139.
somewhat sketchy beginning to his campaign for Tuesday? Oh, this is the hard way for a 139.
107.
What an effort from Johnny Haynes.
Colin, you require 60.
He's nowhere near his best, but he won. And he might be about to level this one up.
Game on the
And
fourth.
sometimes you don't need to be your
Colin
best.
Osborne.
You just need to do enough. You just need to time the moment. Beat what's in front of you. You don't
Flick
have to
it's
do
Johnny
what
to throw
Raymond
first.
Smith did and throw
Game on.
109 average in every match. You just need to do enough.
180.
The 180 in the first match for him today was the kiss of death. But that was very welcomed for Johnny, who now is trying to protect his own throat.
100.
He's wearing that somewhat psychedelic dart shirt again today, which is the same sort of design as Richard
125.
North had at the end of last week.
I was told that that was one of Richard North's Super League team shirts. So
45.
I wonder if these are for the same reason. They're from the same sort of area, aren't they, Richard North and...
100.
Actually, they are, because I do believe that Richard is originally from Wiltshire. And he ended up moving to Hampshire, which isn't too far away.
26.
Yeah, I've always got
Johnny
a question
required
geography after I
96.
said Justin Smith and Nick Kenny. I was soon reminded that there's a big distance between those two.
72.
I remember once somebody said to John Henderson, do you not practice with Robert Thornton? He just lives down the road. Yeah, one lives south of Glasgow and the other one was
140.
west of Aberdeen.
Johnny required 24.
About a 3-hour drive. Double 12. I haven't got my thumb up. And that's
No
why.
score.
Nothing Osborne can do, though, on 190 in regards to winning this leg on this occasion. So Johnny Haynes will return back to the board
100.
for double 12.
Johnny required 24.
And the thumb is not up yet. It
Game
is,
on the
though, on
fifth
Johnny
leg.
Haynes.
Johnny
If he
Haynes.
wanted to give us a full Andrew Gilding celebration there.
Yeah, you're not going to get much from Johnny. He's old school.
Seems like it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
I mentioned that certain things haven't changed for Colin. He was always the kind of player that would wear very smart shoes.
100.
But don't accuse him of not being smart. And I don't mean in a clothing sense. Smart that when you get a little bit older, he's 47 now, still got plenty of years in the tank.
61.
But he now wears black trainers when he plays because he understands that when you're on your feet as much as these players are throughout the week, you've got to take care of your feet.
60.
Every sport has its tailored footwear. 10-pin bowling, golf, rugby, football,
100.
cricket. Darts should be the same. You just got to take care of what keeps you steady.
Well, it's not even that, is it? It's the thing that is rooting you to the ground. It is
21.
probably the most important thing, because without it, where are you going to be? You could have a Ferrari,
123.
If you've got no tyres on that, if you've got no wheel, it's going nowhere. I would rather have a little 1 litre Fiat Punto that's got tyres on it, because it's going to get me a lot further than the Ferrari without.
Well, technically,
60.
Ferrari is a Fiat. Same company.
Well, there we go.
That's a great example, by the way. You know, that was what Michael Schumacher was only allowed to drive when he was at Ferrari. He was only allowed to drive a Fiat. Because if he had a Ferrari away from the track, he would just tear roads up. I think that was the deal. Osborne does get to a finish, but Haynes is on something that's easier, and it could see him get 2 points.
58. Colin, you require
This would be some save. He's averaging the same as he was in his first game. 80. And he has been clinging on in this game. His second game of the day, in fact, where he's not at the darts.
Johnny requires 60.
But the game might be up. On tops. And Haynes wins by 4 legs to 2.
Johnny Haynes.
After losing 4-2 in his opening game of the day, he does get things back, and he stops Osborne from getting to 12 points, which is really important for the rest of the field. But for Haynes, he now goes to 8 points alongside Raymond Smith and Jim McEwen. You can see that the averages weren't at their best, but this week is about points. The averages don't really mean as much at this point. When we come back after this short break, it will be Justin Smith and John Henderson trying to get closer to those two players.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series. We are into Champions Week and we are into Group A action on moving day, where Johnny Haynes has got the better of Colin Osborne by 4 legs to 2 in our 5th encounter of the day. We're moving into Game 6, which is the final round of the second round of matches here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's Justin Smith up against John Henderson, and hopefully no one will trip up in this one. Let's go to the commentary box where Paul Nicholson joins Matthew Edgar.
Thanks, Henry. this one is all about trying to keep pace. Whoever wins this game is going to be adrift of the top 4, but by how much? The man from Huntley has had a somewhat rocky, no pun intended, because he rocks back and forward when he throws, a somewhat rocky 8 days.
To throw first. Game on.
But Justin's got the darts in this one, and he's looking to win in game 2 of his day, just like he did yesterday when he beat Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 3. If he was to do that, he would get to 4 points alongside John and then be 4 points adrift of the top 4.
85.
As it stands, Osborne is still atop the table on 10, and nobody can topple him in the first 2 rounds of play today.
85.
I think this is a moment that we're going to see unfold here for Justin Smith. He's had a bad day yesterday, played okay today, but
60.
ran into an amazing performance from Raymond Smith. And he just looks unsettled. He looks flustered. I told you about this morning,
60.
him running around with the points, trying to get a point out of a dart, and I just think this has come at the wrong time for him. And when we look at the form line of this, he actually qualified because of Christmas as well, with those 2 weeks off over the Christmas period. He qualified on week 3.
125.
This is now week 13, which would have been 10 weeks. It's now actually 12.
Maybe a little bit of noise coming from the balcony there as John just decided to step back. Little sign of experience. But Justin Smith in the background is shaking his head as well.
135.
I just want to make a point as well, because Justin is a young man, great player, great future ahead of him potentially. But does he at times show us that the younger generation have a little less patience than some players possibly a little bit older than them?
140.
That's not just darts.
Just you require 40.
That's life.
Double 5.
35.
Looks like he had another issue with the grip
You
there.
require 40.
Double top. And he might have more than a grip issue.
Game show.
The issue is now that he's behind, and that was a break for Highlander.
The modern world live
Second against John to throw
instant
first.
gratification.
Game on.
There are some very well-known big brands that guarantee you that if you bought something right now, you'll have it tomorrow. And that's what we expect. Instant. You could literally order any cuisine,
81.
take it in a couple of clicks on your phone, and it'll be here at this door within 30 minutes. And the modern world has developed this attitude where we expect everything now.
90.
And when they're coming into these sort of events, they don't have that sort of, like we had when we grew up in an era that it wasn't that instant gratification. These are growing up in an era of, I want it now, I want it now, I want it. Why can't I have that now? I get everything I want whenever I want it.
You do have to have patience.
86.
If you want to go on a date, in our era, we'd have had to have gone to the shop, got a nice new shirt, got some nice jeans, got the haircut, gone out, done a bit of dancing, a bit of chatting, probably been a bit of a week's worth of chatting to get you to that. But now you just go swipe right, bosh, I'm going out to the cinema.
93.
Yeah, mine was fraught with years of anxiety. You're absolutely right, though.
92.
I remember buying a jacket when I was about 12 from my nana's catalogue, and I waited 11 days for that to be delivered. 11 days! We don't have to wait too long for a big finish because it's there! Biggest of the week from Hendo, and he's 2-0 up. 154 is a very, very big out and a great mark of respect there from the bearded dragon.
Well, I guess Justin to throw first. Game on.
I know this because I do a little bit of selling myself. And someone could order something
45.
like 11 o'clock tonight, and then by Thursday they're like, oh, where is it? You ordered it 11 o'clock on Tuesday. I've got to prepare it and post it out Wednesday. Why do you expect it to definitely be there by Thursday?
I'm always the kind of person that if I want it right now, I go and get it.
Mm.
I'll actually make a journey to go and get something. But that's the thing. It's John Henderson, throughout his career, has had an amazing amount of patience. He waited 20 years for that biggest title of his career, winning the World Cup in 2021. Whereas young stars
60.
now, and this is free advice, if you are going to be a great player, it's not going to come overnight. Look at Gerwin Price. He waited 7 years to become world champion from turning pro. And that's a fast turnaround these days. Don't expect everything yesterday. The words of Mervyn King that Matthew Edgar uttered quite a bit last week.
22.
You must trust the process. Henderson may be exposing a bit of weakness that Justin Smith has here this week.
86.
And that's pretty good. And it's exactly what he needs as well. 4 points, leg difference of -2. He gets to 6 points and +2.
Johnny required 24.
He not only confines Justin Smith to the basement, but he also improves his chances of getting into the melee by the end of the day.
John Henderson.
3-0 Hendo.
The process. What you said there, trust the process. You've actually got to live the process as well. There's a couple of good examples I can give you here as well. Again, lurking with the new generation of doing things and the new era of technology. If I was watching Dream Team, a weekly episode that come every Sunday, and it ended really well, I'd have to wait a week to see what happened next. And I'd be excited all week to see what happens. Nowadays, what happens is you go, I'll binge watch it, but then what happens is you start fast forwarding just to get that key storyline, so you miss everything else that happens, and you just... What's happening is people are trying to fast forward the process to get that outcome bit. A bit like the movie Click by Adam Sandler.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I'm a big fan of Ted Lasso,
60.
as everybody knows me. And when that comes out, they release an episode a week. And I prefer it that way because I always watch it
60.
on a morning that I've got off, phone's away, and I sit and watch my favourite show. It kind of reminds me of being a kid again, waiting to see Nightmare on, I think it was ITV every week when I go back from school. But every now and again, that happens. These days, everything's binge-worthy. And you can binge MODUS Super Series if you wish, or you can duck in and out. It's entirely your choice. But just make sure you don't miss the finals on Saturday, because you're not going to want to miss it. You could have the likes of Adam Mould in the finals. You could have Martin Adams. There are some other players coming later in the week, like Alex Merckx, Matt Clark, Scott Walters. If he gets through, there's going to be plenty of people here.
21. Justin, you record 160.
Because he's local. And if anything, I think Justin Smith is starting to throw quicker
John,
than he was earlier on today.
I think he's frustrated. I think he just wants this game over with and try and work out what the problem is. But he will have time.
55. Justin, you require 100.
Not much. Colin Osborne, Raymond Smith, then he's back on.
He didn't want to go for tops because he doesn't like tops.
84.
Chance for Henderson.
92.
For a first bagel of the day. We've had every result apart from a 4-0.
No
score.
score.
He's bust it. I think when he let that go, he thought it was in.
Requires 16.
He was quite shocked to see that double 16 hit.
Game shot on the 4th.
No bagel here, as the bearded
Smith.
dragon somewhat ironically puts both hands in the air.
Fifth leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
As far as dart shirts go, and I know I talk about these a lot, but that one from Justin is a belter, isn't it? It's really good.
39.
I give credit where credit's due. When I see an absolute stinker of a dart shirt, I will say exactly the same.
59.
I say that wholeheartedly today because somebody walked up to me this morning and said, "That's a nice shirt, Paul. You look like you're ready to go into a barbershop quartet."
100.
Didn't know whether it was that or the fact someone said, "That's a nice shirt, Paul. You look like you're a Colchester United fan."
We know who said that.
95.
He's on the stage, wearing very shiny shoes.
Out to tuck into his jam sandwich for lunch.
Or as we coined him last night, the Olympian
140.
fridge looker. You don't know what we're talking about. It's purely because when Owen Binks is not working, all he does is go into the
140.
kitchen, look in the fridge, and do nothing. It's like it's Narnia in there. He's just marveling at what's in there. He just doesn't do anything. But that is doing something. This game may be
180.
very, very youthful. We might have a long way to go.
91. Justin, you require 42.
This is what I like about players like Justin Smith that play with pace. Just when you start to write them off, they just start exploding in. He wanted a 10 there. He didn't want the double 10. But he's double 11, so he's still got plenty of opportunity.
I just
No
wonder.
score. John,
He
you
keeps
require
looking over his left shoulder. He can
116.
definitely hear something. He might be hearing the referee calling game. Wrong treble.
42.
And he comes
Justin,
back.
you require 42.
He decided to bust it. This time he gets the 10 right.
10.
And a bad collision with his own dart
John
there
Requires
means that Henderson gets an
74.
easier chance. Double top.
34.
Bends the wire and could have won this match in
Justin,
two
you
separate
require
legs already.
32. Game show on
Better
the fifth
from
leg.
Justin Smith.
Justin
Well,
Smith.
you wouldn't tell from his reaction. He is battling with himself here. He is not happy. He's not happy with something in the room. He's not
See if we
happy
get
with
John
his
to throw
game.
first. Game on.
He's just not settling.
I remember playing Justin when we were
57.
confined to our own homes. He was a bit feisty. Let's face it. Feisty dart player from Wales. How dare I? He is living every single emotion.
82.
Now, I'm going to gather that Justin's never read The Chimp Paradox by Steve Peters, which is a book about two different parts of your brain
60.
and how you react to certain situations. Right now, he's letting his chimp take over.
41.
He's living every possible emotional reaction, whereas he's not controlling or massaging the part of his brain that will just
140.
stay in control. He's playing a very raw brand of darts today.
$140.
You can see that when the natural ability shines through, he makes it look simple. And when you talk about a raw player, it's usually in a
41.
very good sense. It's because they have raw ability. But there are facets to their game that really do need to be
45.
enhanced. And we can say that about Justin because he's young, he's raw, he's talented, but he's not the finished article.
43.
Has John Henderson hit the wall at the wrong time here?
He's not the finished article, but he's not finished in this game. He is not swaying around like a Mortal Kombat
40.
character with finish him going across
John,
the top of his
require
head.
160.
He's still in this match.
Henderson had a poke at a 160 a little bit earlier on.
45.
Not be happy with that approach.
Justin, you require 153.
He's definitely looking over his shoulder now.
Here we are outside Hendo hour. It is no longer Hendo o'clock, which means anything can happen now.
93.
In his
John, you
second
require
game yesterday, he lost to
115.
Raymond Smith in what was a decent contest. He just wants to get rid of this one. It's become quite annoying. Double top. And he does get rid of it.
Game shot on the match.
Ultimately, over the next
John
10 minutes,
Henderson.
he will probably sit down and think, I'm just glad I got the win in the end. He did have a dart for 4-0. He did have a dart for 4-1. But ultimately, 4-2, I think, is a pretty fair result, considering what we saw in that match. Whatever's going on with Justin Smith, it really needs to be ushered into a different direction if he's to stand any chance of even making the top 3 Never mind the top one, which is what you need to make Saturday night. When we come back, we'll have a little chat with Matthew Edgar and Henry up on the balcony, but Colin Osborne and Raymond Smith are coming up to start round 3.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where 2 rounds of fixtures have been completed. Matthew Edgar joins me up here on the balcony to assess what we have seen so far. Let's begin with the previous game we saw between John Henderson and Justin Smith. Those are the stats there. Hendo with 2-ton-plus finishes, including that 154. But I just want to talk about Justin for a second, because it just looked like out there he was in a battle with himself more than his opponent.
I think I've had that vibe from Justin Smith all the way through this group so far. He's not playing his best starts, or nowhere near them. He's had indifferent form coming into this. He mentioned about the Challenge Tour, where he started really well on that and then sort of tailed off as it's gone through that. He's just carrying on that tailing off process here. He's struggling with something to do with the grip. He's looking flustered. He's not really in the zone or anywhere near where he needs to be mentally. You can see him looking around the room. Even in his practice darts, he's looking up the ceiling, looking around. He's so distracted at the moment, and I just fear for Justin Smith moving forward.
Because there's no denying the natural ability that he has and the talent that he has. His week 3 success shows that. And I know he's a very likeable, well, he is a very likeable character in amongst the scene, one of the politest people you'll ever meet. But it just feels like maybe he just needs someone in his corner. Maybe after this session, maybe have a chat, maybe go away, just do something, because at the minute it's becoming more and more difficult for him.
He looks like a guy who doesn't have answers, like you've mentioned, and what he has to do from here, it's hard when you don't know the player's process. You don't know what works for them as an individual. But right now, he's just got to try and rein it back, centerize himself a little bit, because he is literally all over the place, not just on the board, but off it as well.
Well, let's have a look then at the table following 2 rounds of play today. Colin Osborne in front on 10 points there, and he really is in a good position. He's kind of carrying on where he left off yesterday.
He's in a dangerous position, though, because he's in a position here where he could find himself get swamped. He's on 10 with 3 players behind him on 8. One of them is Jim McEwen. Jim McEwen's played very, very good darts today. I expect him to continue that, knowing his next game is Justin Smith as well. So I think Jim McEwen gets through there. The other problem he's got is the player in second place. He's on stage about to play him right now.
And a player who, for the day, is averaging 103.5.
The player was playing amazing darts, and not just playing good darts today, played good darts yesterday. Didn't just play good darts yesterday, played good darts for the whole of 2022. Played good darts when he came here and walked the group, really, and won the week quite convincingly. I think this could be a problem for Colin.
Yeah, well, this is going to be some game, some appetizer for your lunchtime. So whatever your plans are, if you're working from home, just pop that laptop lid down for 10, 15 minutes or so and enjoy what could be a pulsating tungsten tussle, which is going to be described by this man next to me and the asset himself, Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, guys. Well categorised in talking about Justin there. And looking forward to this one as well. Osborne has not been playing at the same level today as yesterday. In fact, his average for today, compared to yesterday, is over 10 down. But Mr. Consistency, the 43-year-old from Brisbane, Raymond Smith, is upping his level.
First leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Even though he's not winning every game. Now, here's the thing about Raymond Smith that impresses me the most. I mentioned it a little bit yesterday, but let's have a little deeper look into it, shall we?
55.
He played in Group A when he won here in Week 7. He only lost to one opponent, and that was Ben Robb. And that was once
43.
on a couple of different days. Then he didn't lose when he went to the finals of Week 7. So all in all, he played 19 games. And only lost twice.
100.
Then he's come here this week, and another pattern has started to occur. He doesn't lose 2 games in a row with us at all.
60.
Never happened. Which means that after losing that game against Jim McEwen in Game 4, if patterns are to be believed, he wins this game.
78.
I'm not looking at the pattern here. I'm looking at what we've seen from both players. Colin Osborne has not played like Colin Osborne did yesterday. Not just in the numbers, because there's more to this than just the averages and the stats.
81.
But in the distance of which he is missing the targets today. He is not grouping the darts together as well, and he's losing the lie. Case in point, in front of your eyes right now.
40.
Raymond Smith is grouping the darts well. He is a threat in every leg that he has played. Right now, Raymond Smith is 5-6 to win this match.
99.
I think that is huge value.
Yeah, that's a monstrous price for somebody who's playing at his level today. I'll just reiterate, over 18s only.
100.
BeGambleAware.org for more information and gamble responsibly. But that price screams at me, because if I saw that on my laptop screen, I wouldn't believe it.
128.
I think that is silly. But let's find out, shall we? Because the proof is in the pudding, as they say. And Osborne's going for the bull for the first leg.
87.
Now, I'm not convinced that Raymond's going to go 60 here. 60 for tops. I've seen both
54.
ways of going for the 118
Calling you
from these two players in the last couple of games they've played. One I agree with, one I don't. But the main thing is, neither player took it. Double 10.
21.
And Osborne's missing that double top bed. Low every time now.
Yeah, that's why I was a bit concerned. His main choice of double isn't working for him. He's missing by quite a chunk.
On the
And he's now
leg.
just lost his throw. And
Raymond
in
Smith.
that leg, Raymond Smith actually went out to 6-4 at the point
Second
we
leg,
was
it's
talking
Raymond to
about
throw
it.
first.
That would have been, I think, the biggest prize you're probably going to get on this game, because I think from here it's only going to get worse.
You were saying?
125.
Quite surprised it's only 125. If you are tuning in from Australia, we'd love to hear from you today. Please get in touch with us at MSS Darts on Twitter.
96.
You can even tweet Matt. Your @ on Twitter is?
At the Edgar 501 if you want to get in touch.
At the Asset 180 for myself. And if you want to tag in
55.
Sporty Stuff TV as well, just type in TV Sporty and you will find the right page. You can check all of the past results, past tables,
85.
highlights, and big finishes and 9 darters, that kind of thing, via the MSS Darts page. And we do have other social channels on Facebook and Instagram as well.
140.
The best way to keep in touch with what's happening here is to follow us on YouTube, and you can subscribe right there. You will get a notification as to when we are live if you hit that notification bell. Particularly if you're outside of the United Kingdom. But inside the UK, watch it on Sporty Stuff TV. You'll get all of the analysis from Henry, myself,
90.
and from Matthew Edgar as well. Smith not playing at his massive best that we saw earlier on against Justin Smith, but just plotting his way through this one so far, waiting for the right time to strike.
140.
And that time is now.
91.
There's great timing there from Colin Osborne to get a 140 to leave himself tops.
75.
It wasn't too little, and
Colin,
it
you require
wasn't too
40.
late.
I honestly thought that Raymond was going to click that double 16. This time he misses high, then low,
20.
and wide.
Raymond, you require 16.
Ultimate frustration for the wizard. And he knows that leg 3 is imminent. There's the shuffle to the right for double 4. And there's the hit.
Game shot on the second leg.
When it works,
Raymond Smith.
repeat. That's what he did earlier. He missed double 8 inside. He shuffled to the right.
Feel like it's
Then he hit the
Collins to
double
throw
4.
first. Game
He's
on.
got all of his processes down. Now, he's not happy with the way he's playing in this game so far. But to cheer himself up, look at the score. It's 2-0.
60.
And Colin is playing to type today. From what we've seen, he's carrying on the same. The concern is that Raymond Smith dropped it a little bit in this game, and eventually he's going to refind.
140.
Colin Osborne needs to do something fast before Raymond Smith puts this out of reach. And a win here for Raymond Smith will see Colin Osborne come off the top of the table
140.
and Raymond Smith retake that position. And the bookies didn't lose faith in him yesterday, and they was right to do so, because yesterday he opened at 3-1, and despite the fact he was a couple of points adrift at the top of the table, he actually came in
55.
today a shorter price despite those defeats on the first day.
He's a hard man not to back.
55.
For me, he came into week 7 as a huge, huge favourite because of the likelihood of wins. He hasn't lost any of that strength over the last few weeks.
70.
He did take a bit of a break around New Year. He took himself away from the dartboard for a couple of weeks. And I remember seeing a tweet from him saying, I've had my break, now it's back to the yockey. And the way he plots his way around the
81.
board, through a game, but also through his life, is something that we can all learn from. Everything he does is on purpose.
100.
Nothing is an accident with him, and I love that commitment to his process. Osborne won't be happy with the fact he left 165.
58.
It's almost like he's giving Raymond a free hit at 136.
I don't think he'll be happy with 107, because from 165 he's left himself on a 3-dart finish, when even just straight darts 20, 20 and 25.
115.
Well, if the guru
Colin, you
can
reckon
see the funny side of
107.
that one, All good for him, but he might not be seeing the funny side of this right here. Double top.
67.
And Osborne's having no joy up there.
Required 21.
This should be 3 darts at double top. Instead, it's back to double 8.
Game shot on the third.
3-0 Raymond Smith.
Raymond Smith.
And the summit of this table may be in reach.
Sometimes you just get comfortable with a throw, don't you?
Looks like
And
it's Raymond to throw
I
first.
think that's what happened there. I think he just got a bit lazy with it. We saw it yesterday when he just casually thrown a dart at the 16s twice and hit the 8. So it's not unusual, but if you can brush it off,
100.
it doesn't really matter too much. And I'm not quoting a song there, if that's what you're thinking with it. It's not unusual. But remember what it said at the start of this game, 5-6. Went 6-4 in running. If you got those prices right now, you will be quite happy with the position.
Do you know what, Matt? It's January 31st, and everybody here in the UK is getting a little bit giddy with the transfer window.
100.
People are making moves today, like Nottingham Forest for John Joe Shelby, and Arsenal are trying to get Jorginho from Arsenal. If you're looking at transfers in darts, it's usually
101.
because well-known agents or managers will try and go for players that they think have got a great future. If you were to ask me right now, my opinion on the best free agent
140.
in the world of darts, it's this guy. Managers, agents and sponsors should be lining up for this boy with his age, his experience, his likelihood of
105.
brilliance.
Raymond, you reckon
Honestly.
161.
Best free agent in the game.
Very quickly, my jaw has just hit the floor because Cancelo has left Man City.
Yeah, he's going to Bayern Munich.
45.
Loan
Colin, you
deal.
require 170.
If Colin hits the 170, it might just be a staying process. We were just holding our breath for a big
98.
fish.
Raymond, you reckon 160.
But Raymond can plot his route to 4-0 and the top of the table. He got this finish yesterday. And he's got it again today for a 4-0 win against
Raymond
Osborne.
Smith.
That was a hugely impressive performance. But you don't need to look at the average to know how impressive it was. Because every single time he got a chance, he took it. 67% is really impressive. Now, he won't be happy with 87 as an average. But do you think he's going to dwell on that? Absolutely not. Osborne, in his final 2 games today, is going to have to play better than that. Otherwise, he might have to settle for 10 points in that table. When we come back, it's the middle match of the day. It's McEwen up against Justin Smith, who has a lot of questions to answer.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Big result there for Raymond Smith, who has secured a 4-0 victory against Colin Osborne, doing so with his lowest average of the day, but still an 87.13. That's how impressive the Australian guru has been so far today. A 116 high out, 4 out of 6 on his doubles as well, and so that means that he is now above Osborne in the table on 10 points plus 10 in the legs difference column. Next up for us is the battle between Jim McEwen and Justin Smith, and in the commentary box watching this one for us, here's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. Justin Smith rooted to the bottom of the table, 7 games in, he's lost 6, and we're looking for a few positivity
First leg
moves
is
here from
Jim
the bearded dragon.
Game on.
Well, it's been more of the same, though, today for Justin Smith. He started off okay, and it tailed off a little bit like he said it did at the Challenge Tour recently, where Jim McEwen has just got better and better as this week has gone.
24.
And if there's a bit of a moving day, at the moment, the signs are that the moving is going to be done by Jim McEwen.
So far, so good.
2-1.
2 wins. Looking to make it 3, and if he does, he will join Osborne and Raymond Smith on 10 points. I'm starting to believe that this group is not going to be won by a distance. It's going to be won in key games tomorrow.
I think I believed that from the very start anyway. I don't think I ever bought into the fact that someone's going to run away with this group. And if they
40.
are, I think it's likely to be Raymond Smith. I don't see anyone else having that sort of consistent brilliance to be able to pull away at the very top. But we said Justin Smith's been struggling a bit, been struggling with the grip, struggling with the throw, he's heavily distracted. This is not the ideal game for him to be playing right now. Jim McEwen at a slower pace is going to give him more time thinking than throwing.
42.
There are 2 sides to this game that you have to master, and you just categorize them both, Matt. The throwing side and the thinking side. You can see that Justin in the background is looking at the scoreboard.
100.
He's looking at what Jim is doing. If you were to spend some time with him, do you think he would
41.
benefit from maybe looking somewhere else and maybe fixating his mind on something else when he's not throwing?
What we need to do is we need to look at what is, if we were to draw a circle around him, and we said, this is your awareness bubble right now.
100.
I would dare say that we'd have to zoom the camera right out, and it'd be the whole room. He is literally playing in the entire room. What we need to do is we need to centerize him in the room, and
Jimmy require
put like an
80.
imaginary bubble over the top of him and say, this is what matters to you right now. What is in this? What are the colours here? And break it down to a much smaller world.
Game shot in the first
Jim McEwen is
Jim
relentless
McEwen.
so far today. The doubling is better. The scoring is better. The consistency is better.
Second leg is Justin
He's
to throw
proving to be
first.
as much of a nightmare for the players as that shirt is going to be for my dreams later. But I think you make a really good point. It's almost like the Simpsons movie, isn't it? He needs a dome over him just to try and put himself in a slightly different zone. But that zone can't really be any bigger than the stage. This is the beautiful thing about Tuesdays and Wednesdays and Mondays and Thursdays and Fridays, because there aren't any fans here. Minimal distractions.
45.
You've got a referee up there doing a solid job. You've got an opponent who's trying to beat you. Just try and keep everything localized to this stage.
This is one of the very rare occasions. I spoke about this previously before as well, and it's something that I'll be looking forward to when I finally crack the darts out and go onto the stage to play at the Super Series. Is when I used to coach football,
117.
we had this thing that you could never cross the white line until you was ready. And we used to have a process that the players went through in order to get them to that state. And sometimes you'd even see players refuse to cross it because they just needed to get themselves ready before they even did so. We never crossed all together. We'd cross when our individuals was ready rather than forcing them as a team.
76.
Look at the back of the stage. A nice yellow line. And I just feel that that is going to be a nice trigger moment when players learn how to use that crossing of the line.
Mine was always sunglasses on, gloves off.
137.
It was a somewhat aggressive natured way of drawing a line in the sand, as opposed to going up there and just being in a bubble.
81.
But
Jimmy
that was where I
McEwen,
changed.
98.
Sunglasses on, and I changed into a character. I changed into the asset. Jim's looking to change the 1 to a 2. Sounds like music. This would be music to his ears, though.
79.
Give it a good try.
Jimmy McEwen, 137.
Going to start downstairs. Now he goes to treble 16 and double.
105.
That was a fine effort.
Jimmy McEwen, 90.
He didn't go 2 double tops, because we've already told you he doesn't like that double. Doesn't want to hit it once, never mind twice. And this is the second time this week we've seen somebody go for 11 and double 4. And Jim is
17.
displeased.
Justin
What to
McEwen,
do?
32.
Wait is all he can do.
Game shown the second leg.
Now, if my eyes deceive
Justin
me, has he got
Smith.
different darts? We had a nice close-up there, and they look darker than the darts that he used a little bit
Feel
earlier.
like it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Speaking of equipment, we've mentioned that we've never seen these flights before, haven't we, of Jim McEwen? Well, we're not the only one.
Yeah, Gail McEwen has been in touch saying, whose flights are those? Because they're not his.
140.
Well, I hope they're his. Gail? Don't think he's stolen them from somebody else.
100.
I do believe they are the same darts. It just looked like they were darker in the bottom left-hand side of the board. But yeah, I don't know whose flights these are, Gail. He's using something new this week. And they look signed as well.
140.
Now, you mentioned, Matt, that he might be using a set of flights this week that he's going to give to someone as match used.
60.
Probably to a young darts fan, which is a lovely thing to do. It's what a lot of dart players do these days. They give their stems and flights away when they're finished with in a match. There's a big collector's market out there for them.
140.
I don't think he wants to change them today because they're working pretty well.
60. Jimmy McEwen, 81.
Small lead of 200 here because McEwen is just finding a lot more joy on the inner ring.
41.
Be expecting plenty of time to see off this tops, but I don't think he's going to need it. This is a
40.
preferred double of
Jimmy
Jim
McEwen,
McEwen, and he
40.
tries to leave it at whatever cost.
Justin Smith has had every single possible dart today, I think.
Game shown the
And
third.
he's now
leg.
2-1 behind. He's had a
Jim
dart
McEwen.
fall on the floor after colliding with his own flight. He's had a Robin Hood. I mean, what's next? One of the flights is going to fall out.
To
And
throw first.
the dart's going to
Game
go
on.
in the board without the flight in.
Don't tempt it. We've seen some crazy darts here. But
60.
the one that really stands out from is the James Richardson one, where he missed the board, the flight caught it, it sprung back up and went in.
Yeah, that will never happen again to him. I once saw a dart on the European Tour from James Wilson.
43.
Which I don't think it's been explained by the laws of physics, where he collided with his own flight,
97.
and then the dart flipped around 180 degrees, and the flight was touching the board, and the point was pointing towards him. It was bizarre. This is brilliant.
140.
That's where the shoulder gets involved a bit too much. He's trying to shove it through the air. He knows that it's coming out of the hand too late, so he tries to save it with the
60.
shoulder. And just watch the right shoulder of Jim McEwen right here in this visit. The smooth darts, the shoulder doesn't jerk too much. There's a slight elevation for both of them, but what happens on dart 3? We'll never know.
140.
The other problem is when you lead with the shoulder, it brings the furthest point of your body forward, which moves the centre of mass. That will then come over the top of the
133.
hip, which will cause that leg to kick out the back. Now, when that happens, not only do you lead further with the shoulder, but you actually go low. The whole body comes down, which means you need even more lift. And that's where you might see at times the hand just sort of snap and open out to
96.
the side.
Justin, you record
Yeah, Rod Harrington used to
151.
talk a lot about maintaining height. It's something that is very important. I don't think that's the issue with Justin right now. I think his issue is between his ears.
32. Jimmy require 82.
Should be Bull, even though he doesn't like the thought of going for double 16. This is the trade-off. And one dart at tops for a 3-1 advantage.
42. Justin, you require
Justin is still
119.
kicking in this fourth leg. Bullseye for him.
94.
Excellent try.
Jimmy require 40.
Just for a second, McEwen thought he was going to be tied again. But he shouldn't be. Thumbs up. I got it wrong this time.
20.
Thumbs down.
Justin, you require 25.
I think I would have gone with you there, though, to be fair. I thought it wasn't missed,
No
it was just
score.
delayed as Justin Smith pulled it low again.
Jimmy require 20.
You almost hit the treble. You almost did a Chris Dobie, hitting the small 9. It was something that happened at the
Game
Masters the
shot
other
on the
night, but
fourth
that
leg.
double
Jim
10 gives Jim
McEwen.
a 2-leg cushion. If we look at his leg difference and his points total
Fifth
right
leg is
now,
Jim to
it
throw
makes for
first.
very
Game
quizzical
on.
reading. He's got 8 points, but his leg difference is -4, Matt.
Yeah, that's yesterday, wasn't it? Jim McEwen started the campaign with back-to-back 4-0 defeats, so it's always going to take some recovering
60.
in that department. But a victory here will move him on to 10. We'll have 3 players then on 10 points, and things start getting a little bit interesting because the
60.
next game for Jim McEwen is Colin Osborne. That is 2 players that will be on 10 points. The second and third place clashing. And I said upstairs when I was speaking to Henry, Colin Osborne's in danger of getting swamped. Because
60.
Jim McEwen wins, Johnny Haynes wins, Osborne's gone from 1st to 4th.
I've seen it happen before. Scott Walters, who will be with us
100.
later in the week. In a previous week, in Super Series 1, he won 10 points on a Thursday and sunk to 5th position by the end of Friday. You mentioned earlier, Matt, that someone will not be defined by a week of their season.
180.
You can't be defined by a day. Osborne has been caught, and the 2 people who have caught him are playing at a higher level than anybody in this group.
94.
McEwen loves a maximum. If you look at yesterday and today, there are no matches
90.
where there have been no maximums. He's had at least 1 per game, and this is his 8th match. That is really impressive.
140. Jimmy require
In his
111.
4th game yesterday, he had 4 of them. And he's already had 4 before this game here today. But he's on the cusp of victory for 4 legs to 1.
So all the ingredients was there really for Jim McEwen to make a bit of a move like this, to turn it around.
55.
I did say
Justin,
yesterday that he was playing
107.
well, but he just doesn't believe he's playing well at this period of time.
Double 16.
Game shot on
And
the
Justin is
fifth
hanging
leg.
in there, making things awkward for
Justin
Jim.
Smith.
He is living every single second of every emotion,
Sixth
isn't
leg
he?
is Justin to throw first. Game on.
I wouldn't want to spend 5 seconds in his head right now. It'd be a pretty jumbled place.
100.
One thing about Justin is that he's such a likable, fiery young man. But if he wants to succeed at this level or beyond, changes will have to be made. And I don't mean that in a nasty way at all. I mean that in a
180.
constructive criticism kind of way.
Absolutely, because what he's got at the moment is
45.
he's got a talent and a range and an ability that he will do okay, he'll do well with. But if he wants a consistent career, and I think that's the word we're looking at here, career, because he will achieve things, he'll do things well, he's won things, he won challenge tours, he will win titles,
44.
but not enough to make a sustainable living over a career of, say, 10 years.
Well, there's a lot of people
100.
who he may even know in his area of the country or throughout South Wales. People who have had talent who may not have gone as far as they could have. He could learn from those people. I distinctly remember watching how good Kevin Thomas
51.
was a few seasons ago. And people thought that maybe he would kick forward. It didn't happen. He became well known for being a good
100.
South Walian player who was on tour for a bit. And in a funny sort of way, I'm going to get proper hipster now. His sister, Rhiannon Thomas, was the best player, or one of the top 2 players in Wales. Great international player. And when she got to a certain
125,
age,
Justin, you recall
that was it.
156.
Didn't go any further because there was nothing for her in the ladies' game. I still remember her to this day because she was such an amazing player.
So I'll tee this up for the next game. In the next game,
46.
player you thought would do
Jimmy
well,
McGuire,
who
101.
didn't materialise for.
Well, hold that thought. Treble 19. Right in the middle. And the game is taken by Jim McEwen. He did deserve it because his average was massively better than his opponent. I've got to give Justin a lot of credit for trying to stick in that match as long as he possibly could. He missed a couple of key doubles at points, but McEwen is just on another level to Justin today. And him being at the top of the table on 10 points alongside Raymond Smith and Osborne is about right after a sketchy start on Monday. We'll progress with round number 3 when we come back, and it's a battle of the Johns. Well, a John and a Johnny. That's Haynes against Henderson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jim McEwen is having some day, isn't he, on Tuesday? He is the mover on moving day, getting the better of Justin Smith by 4 legs to 2. Next up for us then here at Champions Week is the Battle of the Johns. It's Johnny Haynes against John Henderson. And watching this one in the commentary box, here's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you again, Henry. End of round 3 coming your way now. In a rematch of yesterday where John Henderson will be hoping that he doesn't suffer the same fate. Haynes was ruthless in taking 4 straight legs yesterday against the Highlander. But as far as John's day is concerned, 1 win, 1 loss, but needs to get a move on because he is 4 points behind the top. And he does have somebody between him and the top 3, and that person is Johnny Haynes. So the possibility of them both on 8 points is right
John
here.
Henderson to throw first. Game on.
You never like to be beaten 4-0. But I suppose if you're going to be, Monday is probably the right time to do that.
134.
Yeah, it gives you plenty of time to put it right. I know I keep banging on about it, but Lee Budgeon only won 2 games on his first. And then he went on to win Group A. So
28.
it's more than doable. We've seen players before say Monday's not about being top of the table. As Colin Osborne may find out, because
62.
the danger was he could get swamped. By the time he comes round to playing John Henderson himself, that next round of fixtures could work so badly against him, he could be down to 4th. And at the moment, I'd say probably more likely that he's down to 4th.
Yeah, based on averages, levels
60.
of performance and doubling today, you'd have to agree that maybe Raymond Smith and McEwen are the 2 front runners.
140.
Haynes is not really pulling up any trees today. He's not shaking the tree like he did yesterday with some bigger numbers, but I think he probably likes that.
105.
Likes to be a little bit under the radar. If he beats Hendo again, he'll be on 10 points, and that would be 4 players on 10 points. This table will be just the way we want it.
78. Johnny McEwen, 140.
It's an interesting switch. Leaves himself on 170 on purpose because he knows, he's not stupid, that 170 is slightly easier than something like a 167.
Probably also listened and heard us say there's not been a 170 yet for quite some weeks, and we'll be the first one to get one on Champions Week. It is an
98.
iconic finish.
John's going treble 18. 4 double 12.
74. Johnny McEwen, 110.
Lots of options for this. This is the traditional option.
70.
Almost
Johnny
takes it
McEwen,
out.
24.
Henderson's looking to get visit 7.
Game shot on the
And
first
his 19th
leg.
start of the leg
John
gives him the
Henderson.
lead in his first leg against Johnny Haynes this week.
And this will probably be a great time to go back to that question
Second
I
leg is
asked you
Johnny
in the
Haynes to
last
throw first.
match.
Game on.
And I'm going to ask you guys as well at home, if you are sat at home, please do join in this conversation.
I'd be fascinated to hear some of the answers of this.
At
99.
MSS Darts, I've also got my screen open in front of me right now with my Twitter account on at TheEdgar501. So do feel free to chuck a tag on that as well so I can see your answers coming through here into the commentary box. The question was, who
100.
over the last however many years you want to go is a player who you thought would go on to big things who it didn't quite materialise for? I'm going to kick this off and I'm going to go with the
100.
original cool hand himself, Scott Rand.
After he made the semi-finals of the Players' Championship finals where he lost to Kevin Painter,
Missed too much darts.
140.
he decided to turn pro, didn't he? Off the back of a £10,000 cheque. It didn't work out for whatever reason. And there are a few people within the game
100.
who are displeased with the fact that he never really materialised to be the heavyweight that he could have been. I think it's a great answer. My
81.
answer is twofold. first one, I'm going for Richie Davies of Wales. Made the final Lakeside, lost to Barneveld. Nicknamed Lamb Chop.
60.
Tremendous. Great bit of branding. Astonishing talent. Really, really good Welsh player. But around 18 years ago,
140.
maybe even a little bit
Johnny Rock 142.
further back than that, he just chose to stay with his job, which was a very well-paid job, and he's a very, very smart guy. Just a shame for the game of darts that he didn't choose
60.
to go pro or
Johnny
anything
Rock
like that.
40.
And the other one is coming up in the next leg. I'll give you a chance to
Game show
possibly
the
get
second
your
leg. John
opinion
Henderson.
across. Would it be someone from Scotland? Would it be someone from England? I'll tell you one thing. Hendo's
So it
2-0
is
up.
John
He's looking to
Henderson for
reverse that
throw
fixture from
first.
yesterday.
Game on.
My other one is someone you've probably never heard of. Someone who played at the Lakeside again.
140.
Someone by the name of Marcus Kohonen. He was touted as a major, major talent in Sweden. And everybody thought that maybe he was going to be the
100.
successor to someone like Magnus Carus. I fully bought into that. And I thought he's going to be the future of Scandinavian darts. It never happened.
100.
It was a real shame. He had potential. And I don't think that we've seen anybody come from Sweden in the last 15 years to take that mantle.
95.
And I think that's what's wrong with Swedish darts.
So don't forget to get yours in, guys, at MSS Darts, at the Edgar 501, so I can see it come through here to the commentary
100.
box. And I can tell you straight away, we've got one answer already. Kirk Shepherd.
I can kind of see that. He was a huge youth talent, obviously a world finalist.
60. Johnny Rock
But
161.
He had the dreaded dartitis, which was really sad. I'm just going to offer this up to you, Matt.
137.
What about the ladies' game? Someone who hasn't kicked on. I'll leave that with you. Hendo is leaving Johnny in his dust.
100. Johnny Rock 24.
This is a good performance from John. Averaging 100.
Game show in the third
Continuing
leg.
to do so as
John
well.
Henderson.
This is a tremendous result for him.
Fourth leg is Johnny Haynes to throw first. Game on.
I'm going to mention someone who, this might sound harsh, because I think this person is still
55.
growing, developing, and I don't think they're at the point yet of saying they haven't done it, because I think they're going to. They just haven't yet.
140.
And it's somebody who was making all the right strides, all the right movements, but for whatever reason just can't challenge that real top elite of the ladies' game.
100.
Natalie Gilbert. I thought she'd be a little bit higher than she is in 2023 and the back end of 2022. Thought she'd just be a little bit further along than she is now.
85.
I suppose that's a fair assessment. I'm going to go with Mieke de Boer of the Netherlands. Major champion from around,
41.
I think it was about 18 years ago, but she was touted as a bit of a pin-up as well. But disappeared as quickly as she came on the scene.
125.
Sometimes that happens. We could talk about this all day long, but ultimately we have to laud the male and female stars that choose to sacrifice everything for success. And there are plenty of them. And maybe more so coming into the future because there are more riches coming their
93.
way. As far as Hendo's concerned, the riches of a 4-0 win are in his sights. This game is only 7.5 minutes long.
96.
It might be Hendo's quickest win in his Super Series career. Double top. And he wanted to get rid of that really quickly. He said, come on, after he missed tops.
109.
From his experience in his previous match against Justin Smith, he knows that he just wants to get rid of his opponent as soon as he can. And he will have another chance for it.
57. Johnny required 20.
Double 10 to be back in the hunt. Creates the angle,
No
but
score.
doesn't get the win. You just
Johnny
don't know
required
how
52.
valuable that leg could be Double top for Haynes.
Game show on the 4 flag.
So many times
Johnny
that happens
Haynes.
where someone is on a match dart, they miss a bucket full of darts, and then someone pops up and hits it first dart to make sure that John is not
John
winning
Henderson to throw
with a bagel.
first. Game on.
Just looking again at the league table,
121.
of this group being bunched, I think it's looking like a guarantee now rather than just a
98.
prediction. I think this is going to come down to pretty much the very last round of fixtures tomorrow.
I hope you're right.
95.
Make it way more exciting for us and for everybody watching in. Right now, I am pretty sure that Hendo's blood is boiling because
41.
he knows he should be down those steps, into the practice room, maybe have a little sit down, get ready to play Raymond Smith in game 11. He's going to need to be on his game against the Aussie if he's going to get a win in that one. But this mission is not complete yet. But he's being aided by the fact that Haynes is not scoring well. Treble 17.
97.
Doesn't really like to lead double 16 if he can help it. Hence why the treble 13 bed was not coming calling there.
45. Johnny Ragoyev, 54.
So it will be another crack at tops for the match. He's already missed 5 match darts. He doesn't miss a 7th. And that is a very dominant win for John Henderson. That will get him to 8 points in the table. And his leg difference has now improved to +3. So he's very much back in the race, in 4th position in the table. And that is one of his best performances of the week so far. It will make him feel very good indeed. As far as Johnny Haynes is concerned, a somewhat worrying trend, not playing as well as he did on Monday. We'll take a short break now, and when we come back, it's a battle of 2 players who are on 10 points, but not at the top of the table. That is Osborne and McEwen.
to Champions Week here at the MODUS Super Series, where things really are hotting up in Group A. John Henderson, a 4-1 victor against Johnny Haynes with a 94.37 average and 4 out of 12 on his doubles. In terms of the league standings, 3 players all tied on 10 points and 2 of them going toe-to-toe in our next match as Colin Osborne takes on Jim McEwen. The victor will go top of the league standings. I'm just having to whisper because obviously the players are ready and are on stage. And so, big game to begin our 4th round of the day. And in the commentary box overlooking all of the action, here's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thanks, Henry. We don't have to whisper, thankfully. But maybe if we did, it would be quite funny and make it sound like old school snooker.
I think that voice you just did there really suited the back of Jim McEwen's shirt. It felt a bit creepy, a bit horror movie-like. Maybe we should commentate on Jim McEwen like this.
That sounded very ominous, Matt. What is ominous for Colin is that Jim is playing improved darts today.
Okay, first leg is Jim to throw first. Game on.
Must be the shoes. It's got to be the shoes, honestly. Look at Chucky on that shirt. It's terrifying. And so are the shoes. Wouldn't catch me in a pair of
40.
loafers like that or lace-ups. Not my style. But then again, I always wanted to be comfortable as a player. I started with smart shoes and then I graduated to something a bit more comfortable like most players do these days. But you've got a few players actually who prefer leather-based shoes like what Jim is wearing because they don't actually grab the carpet. Kevin Painter's like this, isn't he? He wears leather-based shoes because he likes a little bit of slip on the carpet so that it doesn't affect his knee. And I totally get that.
57.
We nearly had the same situation Jim McEwen's faced twice already. Colin Osborne had the first 2 darts in the treble 20 of this leg, nearly opened the match with a 180. In
the words of Harry Enfield, you don't want to do that. Johnny Haynes did it. Raymond Smith did it, and they both lost. So there you go, Colin. You've cracked one thing already. And he seems to have cracked something else as well. He's not been scoring well today.
180.
That's only his second 180 of the day. Bearing in mind he got 7 yesterday, his likelihood of maximums has fallen off a cliff. But maybe he's figured something out over the last couple of games in the practice room.
100. Colin, you reckon 124.
Go treble 18 here. And even if you miss it, you've got a lie for the 54 to lead 32. So all is well.
Well, he's not found anything today, really, to be fair to Colin Osborne. But in this one, he's on for a 13-dart breaker throw in the opening.
42.
Yesterday we were talking about the possibility of Chucky not winning a game. Today he might not lose a game. But he's lost the first leg.
Colin Osborne.
And that's about as good as it's got for Colin today, leg-wise. Now, because he's got the break, he's got to put his foot down.
So leg is Colin to throw first.
Figure out how to get 3 more. Now, we have had some tweets, Matt, about our daily question about players who may not have kicked on from early promise. Got a couple of tweets there.
We have. We've got a few coming in, and keep them coming in at MSS Darts and at the Edgar 501 so I can see it come up on the commentary box here. We've got Jack Garwood coming in, saying he expected a little bit more from Jan Decker, but here's a name, James Hubbard. I agree
46.
with that one. Zoe Jones for the women's game.
Oh, absolutely. Thoroughly behind the Zoe Jones pick.
We've got Graham come forward and said John Farrell for him. I agree with that one. Phil Bars going with
60.
Aaron Monk and Zoe Jones as well. Lee Garner going with Jamie Caven. And Innovation Studios going with Mark Day, Dave Askew and Justin Van Tahoe.
Oh, they are proper picks.
100.
proper darts from Jim McEwen, but let's pick that one apart. Mark Day, one of the best young players of the late 80s. And I think he still plays county for Buckinghamshire, but what a player he was.
140.
Dave Askew, two-time semi-finalist in the World Championship. Borderline. But Justin Van Tachau, my word, that's a pick. A dominant youth player. Everybody thinks he's going to be the next MVG.
135.
It hasn't worked out for him in the last few years. But the good thing is he's still young. He could still do it. But I'm not on board with Jamie Caven. He won 7 titles just like Colin Osborne in the PDC circuit.
26.
Wasn't exactly a failure of a career.
140.
I don't like the Zoe Jones pick, though. I thought big things were going to happen for Zoe. And I'm not going to give up on Zoe either. I think it would be nice to have her back. The Pink Panther, great brand. That's a nice bullseye at the end of that. Leaves things very handy. You don't see him on double 16 much. He won't mind. He just wants to break the throat. Get back what he lost in leg 1. In fact, he's trying to hit
41.
the
Jimmy
double that
McEwan,
is on the Wizard
32.
shirt. It's almost like the advertisement's there. He didn't read the script. Somewhat through the posts, this one.
16.
And Osborne's got a chance of doubling his lead.
Colin, you require 134.
That was the problem with Jim McEwen's game yesterday. That's the problem he's fixed so far today. That was the thing that wasn't the problem for Colin Osborne.
Do
Do yourself a favour, Jim. Don't miss it again.
16.
Well, people who like tops and 10s generally like double 4 as well. And he has left this on purpose on a 19 checkout earlier.
12.
But this leg
Colin, you
should have
require
been his.
40.
And he's gifting it to Osborne. It might as well be wrapped up and put under a tree.
Game show
There
the
you go.
second leg.
Gift unwrapped.
Colin Osborne.
What a bonus for the Wizard. How do you feel, personally,
Jim
Matt,
to throw first.
when you lose a leg like
Game
that?
on.
Because it really does feel like a gut punch, doesn't it?
Yeah, it just makes everything seem like a long road, and a long road just to get back to the position you feel you should have been in the first place. A long road to get back
45.
to the position you kind of start the game with, which is level.
At no point today has Colin played well. That's a very fair assessment, in my opinion.
83.
He averaged 80 in his first game, 79 in his next game, 84 in his game after that. Yesterday, he was 92 for the day. So he's dropped off by a good 10 points. But let's not forget that Osborne is good at scrapping. Now, that is a key 180. And I'll tell you why. I don't want to sound like Bryn from Gavin and Stacey. I'll tell you for why. A
60.
second maximum for Jim McEwen in this game maintains something that's happened in every game for him today, which is a minimum of 2 180s. He's now got 8 for the day.
Well, when you say,
60.
in your opinion, Colin Osborne isn't playing well, that's not opinion, that's fact. Because actually, the stats for Monday, collectively, the stats for this group is 88.88.
45.
That is the standard of everyone collectively. So, if Colin Osborne is down on around about the 81 mark at the moment for the running day, he's 7 points under par.
60.
I think the biggest thing with that running average today is that he's a visit behind. So he's more in the 6 visit range than in the 5 visit range. So he's
42.
towards the back end of
Yeah, you
18
require
dots. He might even be breaking into
156.
19 dot territory, which takes him into 7 visit range. It's having a detrimental effect on his possible points total. Now double 18 for the first leg of the contest for Jim.
138.
Surely he's not going to lose this leg. I like 19's first on 271. You tend to see this from some I hate saying this because Colin's a friend of mine, a slightly older player, maybe slightly more experienced.
140.
He has left to finish,
Jimmy require
but
18.
ordinarily the young guys these days, the 18, 19, 21-year-olds, they tend to go 19's first on
Game's
that
on the
271.
third
But it
leg.
is 2-1.
Jim McEwen.
And McEwen has finally found his first double of this contest at the 8th time of asking.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Should we explain why 271 you go 19s? 3 treble 19s leaves 100,
9.
which is a 2-darter, so you can take it in 5 darts, that 271. If you get a single 19, a treble 19, and a 25 or bull, you leave a finish. The 25 leaves 170, and the bullseye leaves 145.
180.
The 180 machine. He's the best 180 hitter in this group by a distance.
85.
He's now got 9 for the day. That's 19. It's the middle of Tuesday.
We might need to be getting the record books out. We might need to be getting them out pretty quickly and adding a 9-darter in there.
123.
How many is he going to have before the end of Group A? If he goes at this rate, he's going to get 30.
99.
I think, off the top of my head, this is speculative. I think it's 27.
We'll get it checked.
And I think it's Robert Thornton.
Sounds about right. Scottish lads loving tops and 180s. That sounds quite familiar. Hendo, Jim McEwen, Robert Thornton, Gary Stone.
That's how I remember it. I did a week with Gary Stone on, and Gary Stone was hitting loads of 180s, and they said the record was Robert Thornton. I think it was 27.
140. Jimmy require 113.
Oh, big miss there from Jim McEwen. If he kept that straight, he would have still been able to use the 19s to give himself a shot at the double. The 1 gives Colin Osborne an invitation to go 3-1 up in this match.
41.
But this is one of those climbing the ladder shots. If he doesn't get the 60, he can just go up and then up again. But he doesn't need it. He goes down. And he has a marker he could only dream about. But that 3rd dart was the worst of the lot.
Jimmy requires 72.
He's trying to contain his anger at that shot. But he's got every single reason to feel a little bit frustrated at not being 3-1 up. Double top for McEwen. What did I say? 180s and tops? That's what his game is all about. It's simplifying the game of 5-1 in darts into big scoring and double top shooting.
5th leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
I'm going to give you another question, Matt. Something that I love to ask people. If you were going to change the format of the MODUS Super Series from 5-1, what would you change it to?
140.
No 5-1 straight start, because everybody plays 5-1 straight start. It's a beautiful form of the game. But it's not the only form of the game.
83.
When I play, I prefer to play a 7-0-1. Increase the scoring phase, more time of recovery. But I think I would rather, certainly sitting watching it, go down to the 3-0-1.
Straight start?
Straight start 3-0-1. Ruthless starts.
I'm a big fan of cricket, but it would take a bit of time to educate our audience as to how to play it, because it's not as fashionable now as it once was. But along the lines of what you've said, I'd go crazy and go double start 301, which I believe used to be the format for the North American Championship or the North American Open back in the 80s.
I love cricket. I think it's a great game, but I think you'd spend more time explaining what's going on to talk the viewer through the process
60.
rather than talking the action and going through that process.
But do you believe there should be a cricket championship once a year?
Oh, yeah, they used to do it, didn't they? Phil Taylor, I think, beat Mark Walsh in the final.
Correct. 2010.
59.
Yeah, I'd like to see that return. I'd like to see more players, how they adapt to that, because I played a few games last year with Danny Baggish, who's ridiculous at cricket.
He really is. I think he got to the final of the American
38.
Cricket Championship in the last couple of weeks.
Jimmy Ragwan,
Lost out to,
117.
I think it was Chuck Paleo. Osborne had a 2-0 lead. Chucky is not happy with that dot. He's got every right to feel a bit miffed.
39.
Can Osborne put pressure on here? Since getting that 2-0 lead, it just seems as if he's lost his way a bit.
40.
Not enough.
Jimmy requires 78.
And McEwen can plot his way to the lead. He's having one of those days where he's playing brilliantly in most games, but in the games where he's not, he's finding just enough. And that is a lucky shot, you have to say. I don't use that word very often, but it's lucky for Chucky.
Fifth leg.
And he's
Jim
3-2 up.
McEwen.
When I look at that shirt in moments like that, it's almost as if the shirt is singing a very evil laugh.
Game on.
I think the Wizard needs a very, very cast iron spell now to get out of this jam.
96.
Yeah, it's not happening, is it, for Colin? He's come into today, was top of the table, kicked off with a victory against John Henderson, 4 legs to 3. Didn't really produce there. He just got himself an 80 average, and when I say just, I mean 80.12. It was fractionally inside. He then dropped below that, went down to a 79 in defeat to Johnny Haynes. Didn't win a leg against Raymond Smith, lost that one 4-0. And if he loses this here to McEwen, he will get
45.
overtaken by Jim McEwen as well.
It's not just going to be a fascinating battle for the top spot in Group A, but it will be a bit of a dogfight for the top 3. Number 2 and number 3 in the table at the end of tomorrow's session will graduate to Group B, which will be Adam Mould, Alex Merkt, and Jamie Kelling. That's a 5-player group, which allows 3 players to get through to Saturday night. Arguably harder. In Group C, for the bottom 3 of this group, Martin Adams, Matt Clark, and Scott Walters await. I see that group being maybe one of the best Group Cs we've ever had, because Clark is hard to play against, because he's slow,
36.
but he's good. Walters, for me, dark horse. Didn't even win to get through to this week. He had to rely on a reserve spot. But on home territory, I think he could be a massive spoiler this week. And I don't even need to mention Martin Adams.
15-2 before the off today. Scott Walters, the dark horse in Paul Nicholson's opinion, to win this one.
100.
I made a prediction earlier on in the week that 2nd and 3rd place from Group A will both go through Group B. I stand by that. He did this yesterday. And that was the route he went as well yesterday, 135. The ball,
79.
treble 19, he hit the double 14. Jim McEwen can't do anything about 182, so this might be another one that goes all the way.
Happens quite a lot with
83.
McEwen, who leaves 99.
56.
Jim would have the darts in the last leg, and it's happening again. It happened loads of times last week when people were missing the single 16 on that shot.
50.
And he misses everything. He missed the single and 2 doubles.
Jimmy
And has left
McEwen, 99.
languished on the basement double with McEwen looking to finish things off. Oh, and there's a full Del Boy from Osborne. Take it easy, Jim. Take it easy, Jim. But he doesn't take the win.
79. Colin
Great effort
McEwen,
there as well
6.
from McEwen. Just a fraction too low.
He's going to miss this double 3. It's got to be just underneath. Double 1 to stay in the match.
No score.
No comment, Your Honour.
Jimmy McEwen, 20.
To keep the winning run going.
Double 5. Oh, it's the
No
wrong double. He's
score.
done a Taylor.
Colin, you require
A little bit of
6.
Goldilocks action. Wrong bed. And Osborne goes back for 3s. That's a better lie. Now he's got 2.
Game
There
shot
you
on the
have
6th flag.
One of them
Colin
used
Osborne.
to draw level at 3-3 on double 3. A somewhat attritional battle between the two
7th
here.
and final
Maybe
ladies,
feeling the
Jim to throw
effects
first. Game
of the last
on.
day and a half. This is their 9th game of 15 in this group. And maybe this is the point where they're looking for their second wind.
$140.
You've played in a group here, Matt. How are they feeling at this point?
This is the point where you'd normally say it's starting to take shape and you know which direction you're going in.
100.
However, at this point, after 8 fixtures, there are 2 points between 1st and 5th. You have no idea where it goes. It's still all to play for. And this Group A is nothing like any Group A we traditionally see.
140.
This is the way it should be in a Champions Week because they're all winners. Well, 2 of them aren't, but they're still here. That's because 2 of our winners over the last 12 weeks were good at Q School and they were
55.
winners there. We'll say another congratulations to Adam Warner, who maybe is there a little early for his development, but he's about to be getting a baptism of fire over the next couple of years. I wish him well. But for Graham Usher, getting to Q School
60.
and through it is probably the right time for him. He was more than ready. And the Pro Tour's gain is our loss. Loved watching Graham.
140. Jimmy require 161.
6 darts from here, and McEwen will vault himself to the top of the table from the bottom after 2 games yesterday.
Reminds me of a song that might be
97.
quite apt in this situation where he starts from the bottom, now he's here. If he can complete this 64 in the next visit, it's going to be under pressure.
100. Jimmy requires 64.
I think maybe that was a questionable 3rd dart. Maybe the 18s was the switch. Double top. A mini exhale from McEwen. Match dart 2.
44.
If Osborne pinches this game,
Colin,
in the
you
same
require
vein that he pinched the game
106.
against Henderson earlier, this will make Scotland despise him for a day. Oh, for some reason he stayed on the 60.
60.
I don't understand it.
Jimmy require 20.
Surely the play was the treble 18. Jim McEwen
shot
dodges
out of
one.
the match.
He didn't face
Jim
any match darts,
McEwen.
but it was an attritional battle. They both averaged almost the same, but McEwen knows how to win today. That is now McEwen with 6 points for the day. Wonderful, wonderful stuff. In fact, it's his 8th point. I do beg your pardon. I'm doing him a disservice. We don't know whose flights he's using. Even his own family don't know. But we know that he's on 8 points for the day, and he's now at the top of the table on 12 in Group A as well. Let's move on. Let's go into the final third of our action, and this one should be good. Raymond Smith up against John Henderson.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Big name darts, big name stars here at the MODUS Super Series, and we are in the cusp of Champions Week. Jim McEwen getting the better of Colin Osborne by 4 legs to 3 in that top of the table tussle. Well, the big games just keep coming here at Champions Week. Next up for us is the battle between Raymond Smith and John Henderson. It's the middle match of the 4th round of fixtures here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Just a reminder, if you want to see these dart stars in action, tickets are available for every Saturday night via dartshop.tv. But to this one then, and to the commentary box, Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much. This is big time darts and 2 very big names.
Okay, first leg, it's Raymond to throw first. Game on.
Over to you, Raymond. You could get yourself back to the top of the table now on 12 points alongside Jim McEwen. But because your leg difference is a little bit better than Jim's,
60.
Raymond starts this game on +10. Jim is on -1. He's still feeling the effects, Matt, of those 2 4-0s from yesterday morning.
100.
I don't think I've ever seen a player top of the table before with a minus leg column. That has to be a new one, surely.
He's losing heavy,
60.
winning tight. It's almost the antithesis of what we say about what you should do in this table. You've got to
140.
win big and lose tight. But ultimately, we do judge people on points first. So he may not have got the memo. He's just doing things his own way.
140.
Didn't Jim McEwen say on Monday it doesn't matter how you get there as long as you get there? He's there
140.
at the moment.
Just been doing a bit of checking, actually. I was just fascinated
140.
to look at the international career of Raymond
121.
Smith. And it's thrown up something that these two have got in common. Bullseye. Ooh, look at that.
96. Raymond, you
He
require
couldn't have got a sheet of
101.
paper between that point and the bullseye. How about double 12?
77.
Hendo gets another chance to
Johnny
break.
required 25.
You won't get too many of these against Raymond Smith, so you've got to make the most of them when they're here. He's a long way off.
13.
He did this earlier on the tens as
Range
well, didn't he?
required,
Starting to miss
24.
by quite some distance.
Yeah, I think you left an impression in the number. Thumbs up for this one.
Game shot in the first leg.
Back on the winning train, as is Raymond
Smith.
Smith. Now, just looking at Raymond's career, he's played many times for Australia in the WDF.
Second against John to throw
He
first.
has won the World Cup for Australia in 2017 and the Asia Pacific Cup.
80.
That's quite the feat. I'm sure he had some amazing teammates. Obviously, John Henderson has won the World Cup in the PDC system, so we're looking at two world champions.
140.
Or if you want to be more specific, World Cup champions. But John is someone who has himself played in the WDF World Cup.
140.
He did so in North America. He told me all about his trip to Charlotte.
100.
But he didn't win it. It would have been an interesting double had he have won the World Cup in the WDF system as well as the PDC system. But I know how proudly he has worn that shirt of Scotland
100.
in both codes.
He's very good, weren't he, that year in the World Cup when he won that with Peter Wright? And Peter Wright quite often said that John Henderson
57.
carried him through that event. He was the star performer of the two.
One of the things that I will always remember about that World Cup in Jena is that
96.
Peter Wright had already won it with Gary Anderson. So that's something he had ticked off his list. And Peter's never been the kind of person who has won a cluster of the same tournament. He's got a lot of winning a certain tournament
140.
once.
Johnny
Ironically,
required
the
85.
world title he's won twice. I'll just see if John can take this 85 first. He's left double 18. It's a
49.
good miss if he comes
Raymond
back.
requires 64.
Raymond is looking to break his heart, though, on double 8.
Game shot in the
Pinpoint
second leg.
From the guru.
Raymond Smith.
And if that is a phoenix on the back of his shirt, he's not rising from the ashes because
Delegates
right now he's on
Raymond to throw
fire.
first.
But something that was said by Peter Wright during that World Cup campaign echoed through me. And it proved
60.
to me, and should have done to the whole world, how much people love and respect John Henderson. He said to Sky Sports at the time,
100.
I wanted to win it for John. End of story. If you want to know how much people respect this guy, that sentence proves everything.
100.
What's it like playing a team sport like that rather than an individual, because it must be a different mentality.
It was a completely different tournament dynamic. I spent every waking moment I could with Simon Whitlock. Oh,
180.
that's an extraordinary answer there from the guru. As soon as Henderson finds his range, Raymond's back in. But I wanted to spend every moment with him, practice with him.
Raymond, you require 161.
You know, bash heads with him, just figure out some ideas. We spent times in bathrooms putting on hair colour together in the colour of green and gold. What is he up to? He hasn't taken his eyes off the bullseye yet. You need the dart off the floor, though, Raymond. Oh, my word.
Third leg.
That's
Raymond
extraordinary.
Smith.
3, 4, 1 and 6. We have not seen a bigger six-star conversion than that since Jim McEwen in week 1 of Super Series 2. And he did a 350.
We have been bigging up Raymond Smith since this show came live
45
yesterday morning. Today he is showing you why. Averaging around about the 105 mark. He's already registered at 109. He is making a move in the table. He is winning points. He is dominating the legs.
This guy can destroy you. Honestly, he's a Terminator.
100.
For me, he's the strongest amateur player that doesn't have a card. He's just got so many attributes.
He's the guru.
100.
In Germany, he'd just be Das Guru. If that is actually correct. Let's face it, John Henderson is one of the best players in the world not to have a tour card. And right now he's losing to Raymond Smith by 3 legs to 0. It's not as if John's playing poorly today. He lost narrowly to Colin Osborne. Since then, he's won 4-2 against Justin Smith. And he's beaten Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 1, averaging mid-90s. He's not playing poorly. But Smith has this ability right now to pull off extraordinary feats.
58.
For me, he has got to be the favourite to win this group.
Before the start of play today, he was actually second favourite. Colin Osborne, the favourite of 7-4. But Raymond Smith was still favourite to win the week. So, again, they're saying it doesn't matter how Raymond Smith gets there, we expect he's going to win it.
Everybody's playing for £20,000 here this week. Raymond Smith is playing for a lot more Aussie dollars. I haven't quite looked at the exchange rate over the last couple of months, but it's usually quite healthy.
40. John Nirakoya, 106.
This is to stay in the match. I think the writing's on the wall.
36. Raymond, you require 50.
I'll be amazed if he goes for anything but an 18. Double 16. He bends both wires.
Johnny requires 70.
And Hendo gets a second crack of the whip to make sure he's not nilled.
You almost just feel surprised when Raymond Smith misses rather than anything other. It's a long way off again. Better recovery there from John Henderson. And he stops the rout that Raymond Smith is putting together here, not just on himself, but on this group.
Fifth leg, it's Raymond to throw first.
There are certain players that I've seen come here where that little pause that we have before a leg starts, where it doesn't suit them. Particularly someone like Yella Clarkson who likes to get on with it. But I think that pause actually suits Raymond Smith. You know, they used to have this rule when I was playing in Australia, and they enforced it incredibly well. And it was one of, you can't go into this exclusion zone or beyond this line until someone has retrieved their darts. And I do believe they still enforce that rule. So on the whole, I do believe that Australian players may be a little bit more patient than some others.
134.
You play some Dutch lads and they're throwing the darts over your shoulders.
Nearly had someone get pinned to the board here a few weeks back, didn't we?
Did we? Wasn't Owen, was it?
125.
Is it because he looked in the fridge too many times and there was nothing there? And right now, John's looking in the fridge.
41.
Raymond's nicked all the snacks.
Johnny require 121.
But in a similar sort of vein as that match earlier where Hendo was 3-0 up
57.
on Justin Smith.
Raymond require 160.
He could have won 4-0. He eventually won 4-2. But he's getting his way back into this one gradually. But he is going to need the 64.
Johnny requires 64.
Double 8.
Game
Oh, that's a
shot on the
hugely
fifth leg.
impressive shot.
John Henderson.
Top half of the bed was covered, so he gambled on the bottom half. Pinpoint stuff, and now it's 3-2.
It's John to
Very
throw
different
first.
game.
Game on.
The moment where someone got
60.
pinned to the board, it was Franz Rost
Franz Rich.
against Gavin Carlin.
Yeah, Gav is a bit of a quick player. Winner of a week, of course, back in Super Series 1.
60.
Gavin Carlin. Yeah, Franz Rich, I think he had his hand in the board, didn't he? And he couldn't retrieve the dart, so he actually went back, and then the dart was already on its way, so it nearly pinned his hand.
100.
I'm glad you reminded me of that one. Just a reminder that this sport can be quite dangerous. One of the things you could give a young child is a set of soft tip darts to
43.
start with, so that there's no risk of them, breaking skin with a point, because those points are very sharp.
100.
There's a risk that Raymond Smith could see this 3-0 lead evaporate. He's coming off the top, he's coming off the boil, while Henderson is starting to bubble.
140.
I think this is a very good test for Raymond right now. Yes, he dominated the first half of this match. He missed his 2 match shots.
140.
But ultimately, now that he's being pegged back, I think right now for him to see where he stands, John Henderson is a good barometer.
60. Johnny require 101.
He's got 6 darts from here. He's got 62 left. What does he want to do? Even he's going
57.
treble 18 on 62 now. Has he been practicing with Jim McEwen?
Not long ago, we were talking about a possible 4-0 win for Raymond Smith. Now we're talking about a
100.
last leg decider.
Johnny require 44.
But Raymond will have the darts if it goes there.
Well, that's double 13. It's not the worst miss in the world.
26 left.
And he put it out of his mind.
31.
Well, right now he may be going out of his mind.
Raymond require 98.
Might be going out of this match.
Oh, what a great first start that is. But that is overly aggressive.
82.
As you look at it, he wanted to give it a real go with dart number 2. But ultimately, it's only 3 match darts he's had instead of 4. To survive, Hendo gets the
Game shot on
bottom
sixth
corner.
leg. John
Wow.
Henderson.
3-3. After being 3-0 down, he's faced match darts
7th and final leg is
in 2
Raymond to
different
throw
legs.
first. Game on.
How was Raymond feeling now? What a lovely camera angle that is. When we zoom in from the balcony, you can see That treble 20 hit from such a
130.
close distance when we zoom in. Love that angle.
$100.
Good start from Raymond. Loves to use the ability of trimming the 1 off the score instead of going for the 19s. I just love that play about him, man. I know you're a fan of that as well, Matt.
Yeah, good bit of board management. If you use the right targets and you play this right,
95.
you should be able to leave whatever double you want to. The breakdowns there, the maths are there.
You get the feeling that if Raymond Smith is going to win Group A, he's not going to dominate it. He's going to have to work harder to win this Group A. And I think he appreciates the possibility of that as well, because he loves the challenge.
170.
There is no better way to finish a match than this. But I guarantee you, if you offered him double 1 for the win, he wouldn't care.
58.
He just wants the points. 2 points here would get him to 12, and it would keep Henderson at 8. This game is not over.
140. Raymond, you reckon 112.
It's a coin flip. It's a match dart at double top.
72.
And it misses, so that's 3 legs.
John, you require
Or is that a match
84.
dart? 4 in total. Does Henderson nick it? Oh, what a
Shot on
steal.
the match.
If you'd have
John
said to me
Henderson.
4 legs ago that Henderson was going to win that match, I wouldn't have believed you on any day and twice on Sundays. But believe me, that is a seismic win for the Highlander. That will get him to 10 points in the table. And now he's knocking on the door of Raymond Smith's position. He's only behind him on leg difference. What a befuddling battle that was. But Raymond Smith loses from 3-0 up. We'll catch our breath, but when we come back, it's going to be Johnny Haynes against Justin Smith.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where John Henderson, from 3-0 down, has got the better of Raymond Smith by 4 legs to 3. An incredible battle, an incredible affair. A 4-3 victory for the Highlander, a 91 average compared to Smith's 93. Smith with a 1-6-1 outshot in that game. And so we round off our 4th round of fixtures for the day with the battle between Johnny Haynes and Justin Smith. And having a look at the table following the conclusion of that one, Haynes can move himself onto 10 with a win. It'd make things very tight at the top if he can get the better of Smith. Right, let's get into this one then and hand back over to our commentary team of Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thanks, Henry. We haven't really recovered from that last game. We didn't at any point really until the final dart went in believe that Hendo was going to beat Raymond Smith by 4 legs to 3. But that's darts. You can never put yourself within a foot of the cup and get a gimme and get it given to you. It's not what we do. Hendo will have thought that he was beaten, but he wasn't. You have to plant that last dart in the double, and if you can't, you will lose.
Justin to throw first. Game on.
Justin Smith knows a great deal about losing today, unfortunately, because he has lost his first 3 games of today. But he will have 2 chances from here to register either 1 or 2 wins. He plays Johnny Haynes now and then Colin Osborne in match 14.
I think there's 2 things that could potentially benefit Justin Smith in order to get a better level of performance here. 1, the pace of the game. He's not going to have as long to process. He's going to come back to the board a bit quicker. He's going to be able to get rhythm, something I think he's been lacking a little bit. The other thing that's in his favour is the fact we haven't seen him for 3 matches, which means he's had about an hour off. That's a good period of time to sort of come up here, reset, rather than a continuation.
60.
Can I add something to the melting pot? He beat Johnny yesterday. And that memory may just give him a little bit more positivity than playing 4 opponents yesterday that beat him. How many times did we see someone having a really dominant display in a group, but they couldn't beat a certain player? For example, I've played on this stage in 1 group. I've only beaten 1 person. I beat Tony O'Shea twice.
100.
I couldn't beat anybody else in that group, but Tony O'Shea still made the final of the week where he lost to Chris Mason on that dramatic Saturday night in week 12 of Super Series 1. That is a lovely second dart. How's he going to hit this bullseye?
100.
Just needed to be a little bit higher.
Justin, you're
and a little bit more
95.
left. No, that's a bit obvious, but it's the case. 5-5 for Justin.
90.
Not far away.
Johnny required 33.
Oh, 10. There's a chance of 5-5.
23. Justin, you
I think there's
require
a possibility
5.
this game could be a little bit scruffy.
No score.
Yes.
Well, that one, if that
Johnny
doesn't prove the point, I don't know
10.
what will.
Had to get it in there quickly when the 18 went in. Choosing to split.
Game shown the
Split
first
successfully. And
Johnny Haynes.
when he went for that 1-3-5 on the ball and he sort of blocked it and moved all the way over to Southampton to throw the dart,
Second against
it
Johnny to
reminded
throw
me
first.
of a story
Game
from
on.
many years ago. It's Q School. Might have been 2012 or 2013. Played Johnny Haynes
99.
in Barnsley. I'd already qualified at this point, so I wasn't too fussed. It got to a game of 5-5.
140.
Johnny Haynes wanted a dart at the ball, but he had blocked it, and he went all the way across where the boundary is, and the game at the side stopped because he was stood at
59.
the divide of the 2 boards, and he hit it.
He must have thrown that dart from about 8.5 feet.
At least. He practically borrowed the hockey of the board next to us. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, I can imagine Johnny going over and saying, sorry, are you using that? Can you just stop for a second?
100.
Yeah, that's why he's so relaxed. He just gets on with it. He is one of the people that you would like in a practice room if you wanted to have a relaxed
40.
practice. Because he just does everything horizontally. Nothing bothers him.
45.
I've met a few players from Wiltshire like that. Young Chris Aubrey was very relaxed. Remember Chris? Good player.
140.
Dennis Smith. Mark Cox. Great players from Wiltshire. Great history.
98. Justin, you require 41.
Double 16.
25.
4 words
Johnny, you
that
require
should
100.
go through your mind right there. Don't give him a shot. Give him a shot. And you could pay the piper.
90.
But the piper's
Justin, you
broken.
require 16.
Feels like this area of the board. He don't like that lie, though, does he? He's looking around. He's trying to find a way. He goes left. He goes right. He's picked left.
No score.
That was not far away.
Johnny required
He
10.
almost got that right. I think he threw that from outside the yellow. Double 4. Feels like deja vu.
Game shot.
Might as well be, but this time he gets it on the
Johnny
second dot on double
Haynes.
4, and he's 2-0 up. And the bearded dragon is breathing almost like a pilot
The
light
next
instead of a
Justin to throw
flame.
first. Game on.
Yeah, his running average for the day, 79.85. That is only on the decline at the moment.
140.
In darting terms, you want to be like that
100.
old generation game show. You want to be like the skier going towards the top of the hill. You ever seen that? Yeah. As long as you don't go
60.
over the end. That was The Price is Right. I do believe it was that.
Didn't it used to yodel on the way up as
Yeah,
well?
it was funny. I think we need something like that for when people's averages keep going up.
60.
They were the days. Huddled around us. A big TV, or a small TV,
81.
watching Bruce Forsyth do crazy things with crazy families and winning some cuddly toys and some great prizes.
85.
And The Price is Right was even funnier. See, that's what we should do if we want to do
60.
some additional content with the MODUS Super Series. Have an MSS game show. Like Jeopardy. Or The Price is Right.
100.
Well,
Justin, you require
there is quite a
160.
good quiz team, isn't there, from the Super Series that go out on a Monday?
Yeah, they're not too bad. Some smart people who work in the production area.
60. Johnny require 156.
Almost saw this from Jim McEwen earlier. He missed double 18 for it.
76. Justin, you require 100.
Where's he going to go? Is he going to go 16s yet? No, double 10.
80. Johnny
Nothing is going
require
his way.
80.
Nothing at all.
Oh, he's trying everything and getting no reward. Double 5 to double. Johnny Haynes has been avoiding
Game shown the third
the last
leg.
couple of legs. He's been
Johnny
choosing to split it.
Haynes.
He might as well just go straight for it in future, because he's just pinged that with no problems to take
Well,
a
against
3-0
Johnny to
lead
throw
and a
first.
double
Game
break
on.
of throw.
Miraculously as well, Johnny Haynes' average is less than Justin Smith's. And he's 3-0 up.
95.
Welcome to the weird and wonderful world of darts. Well, it's just gone above it, but you can see my point. It's not a spectacular
100.
performance, but what he's doing right now is he's beating what's in front of him.
That's all you can do. You know, he could be 3-0 up with a 77 average like he is.
100.
He could be 3-0 up with 107 average. The main thing is, he's 3-0 up.
Yeah, 3-0 up at the minute. It's a bit of a poison chalice.
140.
If the last game is anything to go by. This is a very different match, a very different dynamic, and a very different opponent.
22.
Maybe I've just given him the kiss of death. how would you approach the end of the day if you're
81.
Justin Smith in this spot? Because you're playing here. You'll be back against Osborne in a couple of games' time. You just open the shoulders and see what you can do.
100.
Remove the pressure.
Well, essentially, he loses this game. There is no pressure. He's done. In terms of winning the group and in terms of finishing second or third. He will be in Group C.
100.
So he knows where he's going to go from there. So what he's got there is a couple of days to try and find out what is going on so that he can put it right for Thursday and Friday.
If he's going to drop to Group C, which is looking more likely by the game,
54.
he will
Doesn't
actually
require
be up
80.
against the person that he beat in his weekly final in Martin Adams.
Game
He's not going to be bageled,
foreplay.
and full credit to him.
Justin Smith.
Stops Haynes from getting a match start. If he can continue to do that, he can still win this game.
Fifth leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, actually. He could play Adams in Group C on Thursday and Friday.
140.
Jim McEwen, if he went to Group C, he'd play against the person
83.
he beat in his weekly final. Having said that, he's at the top of the table now. I don't think he's thinking about Group C.
60.
He's thinking about not playing on Thursday and Friday.
Now, the bonus for Justin Smith, though, here is he knows Johnny Haynes isn't playing at his best. So if he can find
100.
5 minutes, the real Justin Smith, he could turn this around just like Henderson did in our last game against Raymond Smith.
I don't know whether you've noticed this the same as me,
41.
but his miss is low, and it's violently low. We're talking about 3/4 of an inch low of that 60. Can you diagnose something
41.
at this juncture from this distance?
It's just like he's holding on to the dart far too long.
45.
The release is just completely off. And the compensator of that is that first dart. It's going to be high and low.
Look at where Johnny Haynes lets go of the dart. It's on an
99.
upward trajectory when it comes out of the hand. Let's have a little look at Justin here on 2-on-5. Just seems to be a little flatter coming out of the hand. But he is throwing it a
100.
lot more fiercely. Whereas this man is floating them in a bit. It's a great adjustment.
83.
Somewhat unfortunate.
115.
Last dart, he was looking for a treble 18. Smith is looking for tops.
95.
I mentioned that he
McEwen,
needs to stop
95.
Haynes from getting a match dart.
6 scored, yeah. 89.
Now it's got to be treble 19. And luckily for Justin, he is coming back.
27.
And this game is turning around
Justin
just like the
McEwen,
last
20.
one.
He said he needs to stop Haynes from getting a match start. Haynes is doing a very good job at himself, stopping himself from getting a match start at the moment. Gets to the back end of the legs.
Game shot.
That's a great shot.
Justin
Now
Smith.
it's 3-2, but I've got to ask this question because I'm sure there are plenty of people watching this asking it for themselves. Why is he
Team
dropping so
Johnny
many
to throw
darts?
first. Game on.
He's dropping darts, he's re-gripping darts. He's really
58.
struggling. I can't think of any other word or any description more than struggling. But the last couple of legs, he's starting to find a few bits. He had a 14
140.
darter at 3-0 down, and that 20 darter was enough in the last.
81.
I'm just looking at his hands. See what kind of mannerisms there are there.
41.
I'm not seeing anything obvious where he's maybe a bit nervous, a bit twitchy, a bit anxious. I'm not seeing that as much in this game as I have in others.
100.
But it is somewhat interesting. He's had every single sort of rejection from the board today. He's had a Robin Hood, a pure bounce out. He's had a collision which meant the dart was on the
40.
floor. He's had the lot. He's had the only pure bounce out the whole day. But what is it about dart players,
98.
and I mean Gerwin Price and Justin Smith about the amount of times they drop a dart.
100.
You can't even say it's a pace
164.
thing, that maybe they're just transferring the dart too quick, because Price isn't a fast player. He's quite deliberate and got his methods with his approach.
78.
That's a nice recovery. And that bounce out really has cost Justin Smith, because if it was a 60, it would have been on 120, and he may have got a shot for the leg.
140. Johnny require 86.
A reminder that Johnny Haynes has not had a match dart yet. Now he gets one.
61.
He needs more.
Justin, you require 40.
A double that Justin Smith's been avoiding at all costs. That reason, the coming down low sort of unsettled him a little bit there.
Showing the
He
sixth
just
phase.
recomposes,
Justin
regrips,
Smith.
reassesses, delivers. And just like the last game, 3-0. Raymond Smith.
7 from final
John
against
Henderson
Justin
turned
to
it
throw
round in
first.
1-4-3.
Game on.
Johnny Haynes was 3-0 up in this one.
Think about another player from the neck of the woods
100.
that Justin is from, is Jamie Lewis. Do you know what they call Jamie Lewis's dad? Chalky. Yes, his name, or his nickname, is
140.
Chalky. And right now, Justin Smith is up against the man who chalks his darts.
$58.
Can he finally finish off Justin Smith? He's had one match start after being 3-0 up.
85.
If anybody has improved throughout the second half of this match, it's been Justin Smith. His average has gone up to 82, whereas Haynes has stayed at 75 the whole time.
100.
It's like at 3-0 down, he was just like, oh, just throw them. And it started working, but Johnny Haynes now doing the opposite. First time he started to look likely
100.
again, like he could get over. This is intriguing, and I've got no idea how this one's going to end.
60.
They're the best kind of endings. The ones that come when they're not expected.
A neck-and-neck finish.
We can't possibly get two matches in a row where someone's won from 3-0 down, though, surely.
60.
If Justin Smith can find a couple of trebles here, it becomes very likely.
$60.
Oh, that last dart cost
Johnny
him.
require
He
100.
was looking to leave a two-darter. He has to settle for hope.
100.
Can he
Justin,
take
you
this
require
out?
123.
Biggest finish of the day for him, 107. Wow.
Game shot
Wow,
and
wow,
match.
wow.
Justin Smith.
Unbelievable. Two matches in a row where we see somebody 3-0 up and then lose 4-3. Throwing the cat amongst the pigeons just a little bit, as Johnny Haynes will now stay on 8 points and Justin Smith will go to 4. He's still got a lot of work to do, but the man he can beat in this group is Johnny Haynes because he's done the double against him. We will get our collective breath once again, and when we come back, it's John Henderson and Jim McEwen in an all-Scottish battle, finishing off their Tuesday.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it turns out winning a game is as easy as 1, 2, 3 for Justin Smith as he gets the better of Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 3 in that encounter. And so we head into our final round of matches for day 2 here in Group A at Champions Week. John Henderson taking on Jim McEwen to round off their respective days. All of the players looking to emulate Conan Whitehead come Saturday night and pick up the £20,000 top prize for winning Champions Week. And let's remind you how he did it back in October.
Is 44
Conan, you require
good enough
44
for cool?
I bet his heart is pumping at 1,000,000 miles an hour at this point.
Double 16. Whitehead wins the title and wins the jackpot along with it. Under the confetti here at the MODUS Live Lounge, Whitehead is the man. He is the last man standing, and he is the person that cannot be moved from the pinnacle here of stage 1. 4-0 in the final. He just had too much in the arsenal for the gambler. What a stage. What a Champions Week. What a finals night. And that may be the catalyst for the career of Conan the Barbarian. Great memories of Super Series 1, where Whitehead got the jackpot of £20,000. What a contrast from that night to right here. Look at the background, nice and quiet.
Okay, first leg.
It won't be like that on Saturday.
Game on.
It's going to be bouncing in this place. And you can check dartshop.tv to see if there are any spots left. I very much doubt there are.
41.
But this all-Scottish battle, we'll see either Jim McEwen go to 14 points in the table, or John Henderson going to 12 into maybe the top spot.
100.
I don't think many people thought that Henderson was going to be top of the table by the end of the day. Maybe even as soon as 2 matches ago. But a win here
96.
in round 5, he'd be above the lot.
Well, I did name 2 people at the start of the show who I think was going to make moves today and come up towards the top end of the table and overtake Colin Osborne. And so far, both of them are there. Raymond Smith and John
100.
Henderson, the 2 players we looked at, have gone past him. We just didn't envision that Jim McEwen was going to come on the outside and storm past the lot of them.
132.
Henderson will be feeling really good after winning against Raymond Smith from 3-0 down. But that's fast becoming the norm here. It's happened in the last 2 games. I'll tell you what is the norm.
140.
180s from McEwen. Let me just break it down for you. First game, 2. Second game, 2. Third game, 2. Fourth game, 3.
140.
An amazing consistency on maximum hitting throughout the course of the week. Because yesterday, every game featured a maximum as well. So it's over to you, Jim. Can you get one in this match?
By those stats, the likelihood is yes.
24. John, you require 92.
Kendall just needs 1 treble 20 here. For 2 darts at double 16. Wrong treble. Right treble.
60.
Narrow miss.
Give me
And
require
McEwen, who
137.
loves double top, will be going treble 19 first here. Doesn't get any better than that. It doesn't get any better than that. It doesn't get any better than that. That's an amazing checkout from McEwen. He might not be able to keep his darts in his hand. They're retrieved by the referee, but what an out that is. His best of the day.
Game on.
Incredible pinch against his fellow Scotsman.
There was a point where we feared for Jim McEwen. He wasn't confident in his play.
140.
Certainly came here off the back of that Seniors World Championship qualifier and didn't take anything positive from that. Was low 70s. Came here, say he's not feeling it. Started off 4-0 defeat, 4-0 defeat. You go, could be a long week for McEwen. And after day 2, he could be clear at the top of the table.
I'm just going to say this right now because I think this is what the World Seniors field are thinking. We're glad you didn't play well at the weekend, Jim. We're glad you're not in the draw. You play fantastically this week. You just leave the World Seniors to us. But don't under any circumstances estimate that Hendo will give up on his quest for 12 points after a couple of days. His motivation is abundant. Win this group and get 2 days off. That'll feel like a holiday right now. He's in the midst of a 2-week stretch, or even a 2.5-week stretch, where he's working his socks off for this sport and for his own good. He may be on fumes when it comes to his energy levels, but you can never, ever count him out.
Decent
leave.
Johnny Record,
could have been a little bit better. Endo probably wants to hit this because he doesn't want McEwen to get a look.
120.
Very, very safe approach. Just stayed away from that 60 bed. And that will be relief for Hendo. He's coming back for double 10.
And the issue with Jim McEwen being top without negative leg difference
42
is if
Johnny required
people
20.
start to get the wins beneath him, he could get swamped.
He can be overtaken easier. Double 5.
10. Jimmy required 94.
It was this time last week where that was happening an awful lot. Going around from tops to 10s to 5s and even to 2s and 1s.
4 scored, yeah.
Well, options here. He can go treble 18 if he wishes. In times gone by, I've seen people go tops bull there. It's not exactly the worst
Johnny
shot.
required 10.
2 5s. And he's going around the houses to the madhouse.
No score.
Well,
Jimmy requires 70.
he says he's playing on fumes. And that's probably the best way to put it right now. Really starting to struggle at the back end of the day. Done this last week. He's only had the 1 day off in between that.
On the second leg.
Jim McEwen again on top. So the 3rd time in this match. He takes a 2-0 lead. Just to remind you, John Henderson, up until the point of playing, that finals night on Saturday, had played 13 of the last 16 days. He had 1 day off after that heavy schedule, and he's back again for another 5. It's got to catch up with you at some point.
It has to. We're talking about human beings here, not robots. And even robots need to be reset now and again.
135.
I bet he's sleeping well at the minute. But I hope for his sake that he is. One of the biggest things that you can do in this game is sleep well. One of the reasons why Gary Anderson has been one of the best Scottish and world players for the last 20 years is because he's a world champion sleeper as well. He gives himself the best opportunity of recovery that anybody possibly could. Mark Webster once said he could sleep in an elevator full of people. He was right.
100.
At this point of the game, I just want to say a very big hello to someone that is a good friend of mine and a good friend of John's, actually. Our friend Paul Bithell over in Victoria in Australia, who's currently having a practice and tuning into the MODUS Super Series. Paul used to design dart shirts for both myself and John. He's been quite unwell recently with cancer, and he's on the recovery. We wish you all the very best, Paul. We hope you're feeling much better, and I know that Hendo would love to say hello as well.
100.
So all the best to you.
Good dart from McEwen. He's yet to hit one of those patented 180s of his.
140. Johnny McEwen, 121.
He's hitting the doubles. 2 from 2 at the moment. You'd expect he's going to get at least a dart in this one.
77. Jimmy McEwen,
Might
81.
only be at the ball.
Historically, people who like tops like 12s. But he likes tops so much that he didn't even want a shot at 12s or the bull. Fair to say that didn't go well.
Six.
None of that went well.
Johnny McEwen, 44.
And the only person who likes that visit is Hendo, who does get a shot at tops.
Game
And
shot on
does
the third
get his
leg.
first leg of this
John
contest.
Henderson.
It is a battle of patience when you play Jim McEwen. He does things at his own pace.
Fourth leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
There have been times where he's played Group A and dominated. He co-holds the record for the most points gained in a Group A with Colin Osborne on 28 out of 30. He's not going to get anywhere near that this week. But then again, we didn't expect him to.
140.
Don't think anyone expected the turnover of results as well from Jim McEwen today. He's a couple of legs away
42.
from going completely through the card. And if he goes to 14, we said 20 is probably going to be the amount of points needed. 20 in legs. If that is the case, do we then say if it's going to be Jim McEwen, maybe he needs to look at 22?
I think so. Based on the
43.
leg difference that we're looking at, I think 22 is probably where he needs to be. The only way it can't be that is if
100.
a couple of wins tomorrow go to 0. You look at Raymond Smith now, currently on 10 points in the table, and +9. There's 10 legs between them. That's effectively 2 points.
60.
Henderson's got to start finding that first dart. But if he can't,
99.
1 treble visits have got to be the minimum. When they fought on the Oki yesterday, it was 4-0 Hendo. Seems like a long time ago. But then again, John played so well. And in the words of Matthew Edgar, it was at Hendo hour. It was early. He was fresh.
85.
He hadn't already played 4 games in the day. He was 96.97 on the average and 67% on the doubles. He was almost
38.
doing exactly what he was doing on Saturday night.
I'd love to see tomorrow from like the social media team a clock edited with lots of John Henderson faces on it, with some sort of graphic saying it's Hendo o'clock as Hendo gets ready to play his first game.
57.
Hendo clock. I'll have a Hendo clock. I know someone who's got a Hendo yoga mat. That's a true story.
180.
Someone who has a John Henderson
Jimmy
yoga
McEwen,
mat.
116.
Is it Dan Dawson?
Of course it is. 4 19s and tops. Or 6 and double 1. He decides on tops instead.
Game
Fine
shot
choice.
on the fourth leg.
And he
Jim
is looking
McEwen.
really good now for a potentially unbeaten day.
Fifth leg, it's John to
Moving
throw
day
first.
is Tuesday, and the move
Game
is
on.
being made by Chucky. But 3-1 up is no guarantee. You don't need me to tell you what's happened in the last couple of matches. And there's the perfect start to a comeback.
180.
I think the biggest shock so far is that Hendo's got 3 maximums and Jim's got none.
100.
Yeah, we did flag up and promise you some maximums. Just thought it'd be a bit more evenly split.
55.
Do you know what the term lickety split means?
No, is it an ice cream?
No, it's slang for goodbye. When you lickety split, it means you're off.
Reminds me of that
125.
lolly you used to get, you know, with the 2 lolly sticks in it, and you could snap it if you want to. You could lick it or split it.
83.
The points can't be split in this game, that's for sure. We don't do draws here at the MODUS Super Series. The points are either yours or theirs. Another one there for a guaranteed look for the match.
140.
How small can John make this?
159.
Oh, that is magical.
Jimmy Rock 136.
It doesn't get any better than that. That's the only time you ever want a 159. It'll be double 12
40.
to keep this
Johnny
match
Rock
alive.
24.
And it's not as if Jim has put massive pressure on him.
Game shown the
And the
fifth
pressure
leg.
didn't last
John
very long if there
Henderson.
was any. It's fresh in his mind that he's already done this. And he's done it from a larger margin as well.
Game on.
Against a person averaging more for the day. I just wonder if he can do it again.
121.
Because Jim McEwen, despite being 3 from 3 on the doubles, hasn't really got anything going in the
81.
scoring phase of this match. And you sort of feel, unless he does that here, Henderson is going to carve out somewhat of an opportunity here. There are plenty of questions about to be unfolded before our eyes.
He doesn't want to move because of the 0 at the end of the score. But he was forced to
59.
switch. When you've got a 0 at the end of your score, you want to stay straight. You want to get 140s and 180s. Tons at a push.
58.
There's the miss right there. Low 1.
41.
When his arm gets tired and he shoves that dart, that's exactly where he misses. I hate to say that John's trying to put Jim to the sword. If you look at the back of his shirt, that's exactly what he's trying to do.
Yeah, this was my concern for Jim at the moment, just not finding those trebles, and he's being outscored by Hendo. It's just the magic on the doubles like that. 137 out. But here's the opportunity I expected to see. A chance here for Hendo to step in if he can find a couple of trebles here. Got to move over, switch over to the 18s or the ball.
130.
Uses the ball very well.
Well, that's worked out pretty well, hasn't it? Jim's only had 3 shots at a double in this match, and he's hit them all. Effectively, he's 4 from 3. He's hit 4 doubles in this match, 3 of them to end a leg.
Johnny Rock 132.
If this goes, game on.
92.
A great approach.
Jimmy Rock 120.
I know some people who would go for 3 double tops here. One of them is a Scotsman called Greg Ritchie. But Jim only needs one. This could be his last dart of the day. For a perfect day.
100.
And he was throwing that from slightly further away,
And you
wasn't he?
require 40.
That's why it didn't register.
He didn't like the line. He had to move across. Hendo loves it up here as well. Been leaving this for the last week and a half now.
30.
That might be the last dart he throws today.
Jimmy
You
requires
can see the
20.
pain on his face because he knows that maybe the writing is on the wall. This dart is to get his leg difference in the positive column. And it's also for 14 points and the top of the table. And that means that he will not be overtaken on Tuesday. He's made the move on moving day, and Chucky will not be out-chucked by anybody. They are the guys with the shiny shoes, the ref and the player. But Hendo with a 91 average, it wasn't enough for the comeback this time, and he will have to settle for 10 points. He will be in the running tomorrow, but his first couple of matches are going to be massive for his chances to get a couple of days off before Saturday night. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, it's Colin Osborne and Justin Smith.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series, where Jim McEwen is the man who's made the march on moving day. He has completed a 4-2 victory over John Henderson, aided and abetted by 2 ton-plus finishes, the highest of which a 1-3-7 checkout. So 2 more games to go here on the second day of Champions Week here at the Super Series. It sees Colin Osborne in action up against Justin Smith. And in the commentary box to describe all the action, here's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. Colin Osborne started the day at the top. He went to be the favourite to win this group because of that. And he might end the day down in 4th place. That's where he starts his campaign in this match here against Justin Smith, the bearded dragon. Playing at bottom of the table, he was in danger of going through the card, all with defeats. He was 3-0 down in his last game. He was able to turn that around, got it back level, and then won the match with a 1-2-3 finish on the ball.
Okay, first leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
The 47-year-old from Middlesbrough, Colin Osborne, to throw first in this one.
60.
Game that is probably more important to the chances of Colin Osborne than it is to Justin Smith. Justin Smith sat at the bottom of the table on 4 points.
Hey,
The way that this group is now with the points, John Henderson, Raymond Smith on 10, Jim McEwen on 14, you feel we know where Justin
96.
Smith's going to be going. He's going to be going through to Group C because them players have obviously got to play each other, and when they play each other, they're going to be topping up their
60.
points tally. Whereas Colin Osborne will still have hopes that he can recover this situation and win this group. But it's such a contrast, the Colin Osborne we're seeing today compared to yesterday.
27.
Yeah, very much so. I think if he can walk away with 12 points for the day, he'll be quite happy, considering the level of play that he's had over the last 4 matches. We can't really judge him on what he's done in this game yet. But 12 points, a better leg difference than the table topper,
85.
and within 1 win of the top. I always say after Tuesday, you've got to be in striking distance. Hendo is in striking
55.
distance. He's 4 points behind, but he needs results to be plentiful for him in the first 2 rounds tomorrow. He was within 1 win of the top today. We can't forget that tomorrow. That was a huge win for Jim McEwen. But for Osborne, I think this is almost a must-win game just to inflate
60.
his belief for
Well, you've
Wednesday.
got 152.
Yeah, if he doesn't win this, he's going to be 4 points cut adrift going into tomorrow. There's only 10 points on offer tomorrow. We know Raymond Smith is going to continue his charge.
26. Justin,
He's
you've
still got a game to go as
120.
well. Raymond Smith could reach 12.
We are going to have the battle of the wounded animals after this.
54.
Both Haynes
you've got
and Raymond Smith have lost from
126.
3-0 up in their previous match. Osborne needs a 57 in a bolt.
58.
He was hitting those trebles
Justin
yesterday.
requires 66.
Not so far today. 88. Oh, and that
No
busts
score.
a lot. That couldn't have gone any worse.
Colin, you requires 68.
But then again, it could get worse. If Osborne hits double 4.
Game
Much
shot, the
worse.
first leg. Colin Osborne.
Penny for the thoughts of Justin Smith, who pulls a full Aaron Monk reaction.
Second leg, it's Justin to throw
But look at that.
first.
He's trying to
Game
engage with Osborne. He's having none of it. Love that focus. What do you make of it, Matt?
We said penny for the thoughts, and you might as well save your penny because he's shown you his thoughts. It was very visible to see. It was all over his body, not just his face. He is a frustrated man.
85.
Players from the generation of Colin Osborne get a kick out of putting young players in their place. That's exactly what he wants to do right now. He wants to make Justin feel worse. Afterwards, he will give him some good advice, but now's not the time. The time for Colin to push forward is here.
85.
This is the beauty of Group A. You are maybe afforded a day where you
60.
don't play your best, but if it's not detrimental to your chances of winning the table, if you can take it on the chin the right way, and you can win ugly, win enough points ugly,
96.
it will show something about your character.
That's a good word, isn't it? Character. That's what's going to be testing
45.
for Justin Smith tomorrow. We'll see how much he's got in that department because the chances of him, let's say, getting into Group B are going to be extremely slim now. He pretty much knows his fate. But what he can do tomorrow, we've seen him
85.
change a bit of equipment. We've seen him struggle with grip. He can get that right.
Yeah, you can have a day of figuring something out.
60.
I'll tell you one thing, if he gets
Colin,
more
you require
disappointed and starts
150.
pulling his shirt up, he's going to do a full Fabrizio Ravanelli, which is something that Colin Osborne will know a fair bit about, being a Middlesbrough fan.
58.
Speaking of Middlesbrough fans, we're going to be joined by one tomorrow. And no, it's not Janino.
81.
It's not Bernie Slavin.
Colin, you require 92.
It's not Colin Cooper. In the case of Colin Osborne, it's not his favourite player, Stuart Ripley.
60.
He misses
Justin,
the back of the
you
net,
require
and Smith
95.
gets a look. Well, that leaves 78. His miss has been low
54.
on so many darts
Colin, you
today. He's
require
got to figure that
32.
out.
Game shot on the
So
second
far,
leg.
Osborne,
Colin Osborne.
with a 2-0 lead, does look fairly comfortable, but I say that with a degree of trepidation considering
Well,
what we've
it's
seen the
Colin
last
to
3
throw
games.
first. Game on.
At this point against Justin Smith, Johnny Haynes looked really comfortable. He was strolling to victory, but ultimately, he didn't get it.
100.
You just get the impression now that Justin Smith just wants this day to be over with.
45.
Really struggled up there today.
He doesn't have the answers, does he?
Yeah, he doesn't know what to change, and it's just more of the same, and do the same things, get the same results.
140.
I do have some favourite sayings in life. Most of them are by Bruce Lee, incredible philosopher. But I've already mentioned one of them.
60.
Doing the same thing and expecting different results is the definition of insanity. I believe that was Albert Einstein.
$140.
This is good from Osborne. And it's a change of tact.
100
From Justin Smith. I tell you what, I like that a lot. Because if your dart's slightly low on the 60, go for a slightly lower target. And that's exactly what the 54 is. And I wouldn't be shocked to see him go for it again.
You know when someone's really not feeling it, when they deliver perfection and they just shake the head. Because it couldn't have got any
41.
better in that shot for Justin Smith. It was a perfect shot, and he shook his head.
What do you want? 216 points.
54. Colin, you require 80.
That little skip when he addresses the hockey. Then statuesque as he goes for tops for 3-0.
60.
Well, I suppose he could go for 18s again if he wishes, but this is the sensible option.
100. Colin, you require 20.
To be within 1 of victory and 4 points for the day.
Game shot on the
There
third
it is.
leg. Colin
The poisoned
Osborne.
chalice. 3-0. And Justin
Well,
knows
Justin to throw first.
how to get through a game like
Game on.
this. If he gets through it again, what does that tell us about him?
100.
Character. That was the word we questioned earlier. That was the word we wanted to see some of. And that's what he'll be showing plenty of if he's able to do that. That would be some almighty show of character to be 3-0 down twice and turn it around.
180.
Having said that, Osborne finds himself a maximum at the start of the
60.
leg. As if to tell Justin, you're not going to do me from this position. It's a good
100.
backup as well. I think Smith may be seeing some very vivid graffiti on the wall, never mind writing.
$100.
Right here, you're thinking ton 40 to leave 81 and get rid of it. If you're a world-class player, you know you can do it. Don't get what was the word of the
45.
winter. embroiled. This was a set of darts at the World Championship. Osborne would have won it.
45.
3 legs to 0, but that's the complexity of this game. First to 4 here is just a bit longer than a set of darts. And there is a degree of urgency about Aussie. As I'm sure he was watching that monitor a couple of games ago, watching Johnny Haynes squirm
45.
as the bearded dragon was breathing fire down his neck.
Colin, you require 116.
Most likely it's 6 darts from here. But what a lie for the 60 that is. That's exactly what he was going for.
42.
He's creeping towards the finishing line as opposed to running through the tape.
Well, it looked like he was going to blast through the tape at the start of this leg. You know, just stumbling towards the line.
79.
A treble in his last 9.
Colin, you require
But
74.
he doesn't need a treble now to get a dart at the double.
But he does get it. Does he get the double? Yes,
Game
he
shot
gets the
and
job
the
done
match.
and finishes
Colin
Tuesday in the
Osborne.
ideal sense. 4 points from the day, 4 legs from that game, and he will finish on a total of 12 points after Tuesday, and his leg difference has just gone up to +5, which is 4 legs better than Jim McEwen, so he is in striking distance for Wednesday. Where will Johnny Haynes be? Where will Raymond Smith be? If you want to find out, you'll have to stay here.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Colin Osborne has got just a second 4-0 result of the day as he got the better of Justin Smith by that score. And that was after he had one inflicted on him by Raymond Smith, who plays in our final game of the session. He's taking on Johnny Haynes to round off the second day of Champions Week. And in the commentary box for the last time at Champions Week, at least together anyway, it's Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you, Henry. Very much looking forward to seeing where Johnny Haynes and Raymond Smith finish in the table after Tuesday. We can tell you that Raymond sits in 3rd spot right now, but if he wins this match, he will go to 2nd, 2 points behind the number 1 Jim McEwen. As for Johnny Haynes, he's looking to join the party on 10 points, and a win against Raymond for the 2nd day in succession will get him alongside Smith of the Raymond variety and Hendo, who lost his last match of the day by 4 legs to 2.
Johnny to throw first. Game on.
The expression, it's all to play for, really comes into play in this one.
121.
Group B is all to play for. Winning this group is still all to play for. There is so many possibilities and twists and turns that you might need to get your big bag of ifs back out again, ready for tomorrow.
100.
I'll have a big bag of ifs. Does it come with a big bag of butts?
You'll probably also get a can of the soup of doubt, so
78.
someone can have a swim in that, and potentially the bowl of sick.
No, I've already had a bowl of sick last week. I'd rather have something a bit
100.
nicer this week for Champions Week, if you don't mind. But this is the last game of the day, and it's also the last game of Matiga's week. It's been a pleasure calling in the last
140.
8 days with you. Been a lot of fun. And I hope we can sit alongside each other really soon.
Yeah, thank you. Been really enjoyable. Been a cracking week and a bit. So good we extended it a bit longer.
60.
Would have been gone on Saturday. But yeah, really been good down here with the team and look forward to doing it again.
43.
I'm sure you'll be tuning in later in the week to see who lifts the big novelty check.
Oh, I'll be watching this. I like to see how things end. If I start something, I've got to see it through, and I'll be certainly intrigued to
81.
tune
Only
in
require
tomorrow and
190.
see who wins this group. It's wide open.
Johnny
59.
Haynes
Raymond, you require
doesn't get the 119,
160.
which offers the chance to Raymond Smith, who's had a 161 today. But they're both a bit battered and bruised. Round number 4
60.
today was not kind to
Johnny
either player.
requires 60.
Double top.
50.
Can't find double 10 either.
Raymond, you require 100.
I'll be fascinated to see where Raymond Smith goes here if he does not get the treble 20. Treble 16. When he misses a
52.
target, he misses it by the
Johnny
finest of
required 10.
margins. It's also a barometer as to how well someone's playing.
No score.
And that tells us
Raymond, you require 48.
that going that route is sometimes a gamble. Double 16. Break a
Game
throw
on the
in
first
20
leg.
darts.
Raymond
Didn't expect to
Smith.
see that in this match. But this is a battle of the endurance of these players, never mind the quality.
Second leg, it's Raymond to throw first.
Yeah, I'm personally not a fan of splitting, especially to shots like that for that exact reason. You might not even get a single dart at a double. And I often look and people switch
91.
because they want to get a dart at a more preferred choice. However, you're guaranteed to get 2 darts at the double. If you go straight for double 5,
100.
you're guaranteed to get 2 darts at the double. Whether it's dart 1 and 2, dart 1 and 3, you should be getting 2 darts at the double, but you might get 3. When you go the other way, you're guaranteed
81.
to only get a maximum of 2.
Having conversations like this with people on social media as well,
140.
there's probably a third avenue. One that doesn't make sense. We both know that it's subjective. It's about how you feel about double
81.
5, how you feel about odd number doubles. I personally like going for double 5 because of the last thing you said. You might get 3 chances at double 5.
45.
Whereas if you split, you are only guaranteed 2 if you get the single. I just like the avenue of having more chances, thank you very much.
And you still get 2 darts.
95.
People are scared of the split, but you still get the same amount of darts at the double. You get the dart that you've missed and gone inside, and then if you hit the single, which is a gamble you're taking anyway, you still get 2 darts at the
44.
double.
Raymond, you require 153.
To add to his collection of finishes this week. Not this time. He has got the biggest one of the day, that 161.
97.
We've had a 137 from Jim McEwen, which was rather tasty. And a 154 from Hendor, which was rather good.
85. Raymond, you require 56.
Tops for a 2-0 lead. Straight down its neck.
36. Johnny require 87.
Doesn't give a great deal away, but you can tell that he didn't like that.
Game
But
show
Johnny
the
likes
second
that.
leg.
We've got a level game.
Johnny Haynes. Third leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
It's really interesting when Australian dart players come over here and compete against some of the best people at their level. Pitting their wits against players from the
30.
Netherlands, from Ireland, from England, Scotland, Wales, and a little bit further beyond sometimes. When you're playing against players in Australia, predominantly you're playing against Aussies. You might
57.
go up against a few people from maybe Malaysia, a few Kiwis, but predominantly you're playing
60.
against Aussies. So to test yourself against other talents from around the world, you're not only testing yourself, but you're learning too.
140.
If you think the game is played exactly the same in Australia as it is here, think again. They do have different ideas down there about certain finishes and certain approach routes.
43.
I suppose the other thing it does is it shows where the game is over there in Australia. For example, if someone's the number 3 or
80.
4 in their rankings and they come over to Europe and they're quite high and competitive in there, it shows that actually the standard over in there is validated.
And we will get a lot more insight into that
85.
when it comes to Super Series 4 a little bit later in the season, because we have had the news in the last 24 hours that ADC
140.
Oceania are going to be sending players our way in early May. So we will get more of an insight into the strength and depth of Australia and New
100.
Zealand.
Raymond, you
Great
require
news
84.
for the MODUS Super Series. Double 8.
76.
How many darts has he missed today right on the wire? Quite a few. Johnny Haynes yesterday finished strongly,
137. Raymond, you require
beating
8.
Jim McEwen by 4 legs to 2 in the final match of the session. He
Games
might have to
on the
play a little
third
bit
leg.
better than yesterday
Raymond Smith.
in match 15 to get this one done, because McEwen only averaged 74 in that game.
Fourth leg, it's Raymond to throw first.
This one sees Raymond Smith averaging 82, nowhere near his best. But even though
100.
he's not at the top of the table and won't be whatever happens in this match, we have seen a little glimpse of his best. We've seen the best average
140.
so far in Champions Week from him. And that's what he must cling to when we go into the final day of Group A. That performance
60.
was special against Justin Smith. 109.3 and 80% on the outer ring. A bit more of that, and he might just have a chance of winning this group.
60.
He's not found that consistent brilliance yet, but he's certainly found the brilliance, Raymond Smith. He can just
140.
tighten up these performances where it just drops sort of into the lower 80s. He should be able to really make a charge at Jim McEwen tomorrow.
140.
What do you make of Haynes today? What kind of day do you think he's had, only picking up 2 points?
I'm going to say non-surprising. Not non-surprising because he's
140.
picked up 2 points, but nothing surprising over Johnny Haynes.
161.
He could come and win 2 points in a day, he could win 10 points in a day, he could win no points in a day, and I still wouldn't be surprised. I have no
60. Raymond, you require
preset
61.
expectation with Johnny Haynes because he can be absolutely brilliant to elite world levels.
Double 18.
Game
It's
shot on
3-1.
the 4 flag. Raymond Smith.
And he's been really good in that corner of the board. It has to be said. He hasn't left it a great
Like it's
deal.
Johnny to throw
But when he's
first.
been there, he's been
Game
very
on.
effective. And that now means that Haynes has got to do something that was done against him.
58.
He now has to win from 3-1 down. But Raymond, someone who will not be outdone mentally. Today we'll just go through his results. 4-1 against Justin Smith. A win
79.
there. Then a loss against Jim McEwen. Then a win against Osborne. Then a loss
100.
against Henderson. He's maintained that record of never losing 2 straight games in the MODUS Super Series when he's been here. And if he wins this game,
140.
he will maintain that record going into day 3. And when you consider the amount of games that he's played now, it's astonishing.
100.
He's within 6 darts of a very valuable 2 points. If he can be only 2 points behind with the superior leg difference,
100.
by quite some way I might add, he is basically staring down the sights of a very hittable target.
100.
He's thinking leave 82 or better. That is an amazing last dart. I don't know how he does that. But that dart might be the difference between these two players in this leg.
59.
If he was sitting on 122, you would think it was an
82.
outside chance, but 82 was very gettable. For a big 2 points, it's tops.
Game
Perfectly
shot
done
and
by
the
Raymond
match.
Smith.
Raymond
A good enough
Smith.
performance. There are definitely levels to find for the Guru tomorrow, but he is within striking distance and he's in second position in the table behind Jim McEwen. That's an 88 average, just short of 89, but the 50% on doubles was very good, especially that high checkout in the match right at the end there. But he's 11 legs better off in the leg difference than Jim McEwen at the top. We will have a look at the fixtures for tomorrow in due course. But for now, it's McEwen at the top, Raymond Smith in second, and Osborne in third with Hendo in fourth. We're going to have a little chat with Henry on the balcony now, and he's joined by Matthew Edgar.
Paul, thank you very much indeed. It is set up nicely ahead of the final day in Group A here at Champions League. Raymond Smith winning 4-1 there. You're saying there's levels to go. Up until that game, he had a running average of 96, 97 for the day.
I think what that is we spoke this last week, the range of performance. That average is heavily inflated by that first game. It's about 109 average in that one. So that's going to pull the running average up for the day, which gives us a bit of a misread that we think he's played a little bit higher than he has. The range on the performance from the highest to the lowest today was quite sizable. And that's what we look at in terms of the amount of wins and the amount of games that you're going to be competitive in. But he's in it. He's still going. I think he can still win this. In fact, I would say I still think he wins this group.
Well, it's Jim McEwen who is the man at the top of the table because he's won all of his games. And we say it's moving day for a reason, because the table completely shifts and lies. And Jim McEwen is the man as the table lies after the third stage of the group at the top.
Yeah, it's tight, isn't it? It's interesting. Obviously, the top 3 places are the places where all these players are going to want to be. I think whoever comes through this in 2 and 3, they go through on to Saturday, because I think they'll go through Group B because of how good this Group A is. This is such a strong lineup. But 2 players on 12. Johnny Haynes still isn't out of it on 18, but Justin Smith at the bottom, he's go. We know where he's going to be. He's going to be in Group C. But I think it's those top 4. They're the ones that are really going to be battling out for this. I'm obviously not going to be here tomorrow, but I'm certainly going to be tuning in because I want to see how this one ends.
McEwen's at the top, but that leg difference for Raymond Smith is like a bonus point should he get to the summit.
Absolutely. The 2-4-0 defeats back-to-back for Jim McEwen is something that could cost him. As said, 20 points will be enough at the start of the week. If it's going to be Jim McEwen, it has to be 22.
What did you make of Messes Henderson and Osborne today?
Inconsistent. And Colin Osborne will be very disappointed with that. You know, considering he came into this at the top of the table in today, the bookies moved him to the group favourite. He's going to be nowhere near being group favourite tomorrow. Henderson, it's got to stop somewhere. He can't keep doing this. He is playing so many darts. This probably came at the wrong time for him, really. He won last week. Probably could have done with more than just a day off. He played 13 out of 16 days, and now we're giving him another 5. He's going to hope it's another 6. When this is over, he's probably going to have a week off somewhere, but he's going to have well earned that.
Well, you're going to be leaving us after this session. You said Smith for the group. Who are you saying for the week?
I'm going to stick with Raymond Smith. I think he goes all the way, and I think on Saturday he's going to be down there with that big, giant novelty check.
Well, Matt, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you over the last couple of weeks. The 3-time Lakeside champion, Glenn Dowen, is going to be joining the commentary team from tomorrow morning. So please do join us from 9:30 a.m. here on Sporty Stuff TV and, of course, on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Tuesday was a good day for chucking if your name was Chucky. Bye-bye for now.